I think we're formally back from break. So I think I forgot to mention before we cut, which is a bit unfortunate, what kind of items we could have been going for in episode 1. Yellow ID. So unfortunately you can't get Frozen Shooter from Yellow ID Forest, but we could have gotten more Storm Wands or red handguns or red sabers. I think we're okay. Technically could have been getting Heaven Punishers from Grass Assassin. We got Red Sword, which we got from the Melqueak / the Guile Sharks. I don't think any Pan Arms ever spawn, so I don't think it's possible to get Heart of Tension Blaster. We saw a Holy Ray. The Barans would have been the V101, the Sinnoh Blues would have been Excalibur. Sinnoh Reds, S-Red Arms. Surprised we didn't see some of those, but I guess we didn't fight a whole ton of those. And then Dark Gunners, Drop Guardianas. Indie Bell Road with the Heavenly Arms. Psychowand on the Bullclaw. Okay. And it is Green ID that has the Chaos Sorcerer Psychowand. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I was like, I remember alternating between these two. And unfortunately, no Spread Needles from the Merlins. Unfortunate. Oh well, it was still a nice run though. Let's go ahead and pause the music. And I guess depending on who's here, we do a multiplayer game. Just let me know if you're around. Otherwise, we're going to do some single player. Gotta boot up in just a second. I think I've recovered from the initial shock of anguish. I'm willing to give it a shot again. Well, not anguish specifically, but... Okay, so apparently there's official confirmation. It's extended until 7 o'clock UTC on the 5th? That's Tuesday, so potentially a Tuesday morning stream, I think, would be before 7 UTC. If I'm doing time zones correctly. Maybe we'll have another Tuesday morning stream before we go back to Suikoden. So very interesting stuff. Go to PSO. I want to check one thing, so apologies if the screen goes a bit weird. Okay, so Discord is technically working. I just don't know if it's hooked in properly. Allegedly. Okay, this is all I wanted to vote. I'll probably hop onto my own voice chat thing in case people want to join. I know it is slightly easier to communicate that way. Oh, main menu. I don't need you expanded. Get out of here. So yeah, our goal is to level some of our other characters who we don't use as often. I'd like to level the Ramar, but leveling Crimson up a few times would be useful. I do have a Blue ID Hunter who I think would actually be okay doing episode 2. I think she's actually at the point I would consider doing it. But for now, let's level up the Hugh Casil. And then I think that Red Sword we got is an upgrade for me, just straight up. If I'm recalling correctly, unless she took the 50 hit back from the Hugh cast. She did not. Unfortunately, she does have native, which helps with what I'm doing, but I think the accuracy is worth it a bit more. Do this. Oh, I'm still in Anguish 1. That was a mistake. Let's slash lobby. Don't want to Anguish 1. Not without Freeze Trap. Rip Freeze Trap, rip Anguish 1 runs that I wanted to do today. Still salty. There we go. Yeah, if I'm trying to actually land the status ailment, the 15% hit is good, and if nothing else, it could be something I use on my humor. So technically, I got an upgrade for a hunter, I just don't know which one will end up using what I have. You have a 30-hit Excalibur just sitting in my inventory. How many grinders do I have? Ooh, I've not been doing a good job of restocking. Well, this is gonna be awkward. I guess for now, I'll have this character hold my badges. I don't feel like swapping to my Sharebank character, because I'm sure that character already has stuff. I don't have any grinders in here, do I? No. Unfortunate. 2 of a 50 plus 50 hit Vivian, which is okay. Rambling May with 55 Dar. Actually, surprisingly really good in episode 2. I'm just clearing Temple Lilies and stuff like that. I need to definitely have a better character that can deal with the lilies. I really want to farm for Rambling May. I just don't have the right IDs for it, sadly. From restocked. Use whatever grinders we have on us. Sort our inventory. Probably should put away a few of these weapons. The next time I go to the counter, we'll deal with them. I mean, I guess I'll just do the normal event. I guess. There's an okay amount of Hilda Tours here, eventually. Yeah, let's get rid of some of these weapons. I don't need all of these. I mean, a 30-hit Berserk is pretty good, don't get me wrong. It's, you know, I have some 50 hits. But in terms of on this character, where she already has high accuracy, 30 is like having a 50 on another character. Away these for now and see how we feel. Okay. To need 129,000 a level, I'll probably level. Her base defense is finally above 400, so that feels good. Her luck total is terrible. Speaking of which, is this a character I need to correct her materials? I think I was. I was holding off on it because I needed like a lot of luck materials. Like I could give her more HP material, which maybe. Yeah, that 15% hit means I have a 90% chance of the stun. It's not bad. Yeah, that feels already so much more consistent. Much better. Oh, that feels so good to not whiff. Already such a big quality of life. Going from like, I think it was like 70 or 80% up to 95 to 100. What a quality of life change with that consistent paralysis. Yeah, I'm already at 96%, or I think 95 outside the event. So ideally, I'll find one with 20 hit, and then that would make it so that she basically never whiffs what she needs in the early forest from doing these kinds of farms. But definitely more than good enough, because now I can afford to power. Couldn't really do as easily before. And keep in mind, when I get the 15 hit, it scales based off the number of swings I hit. So I'm seeing I have 100% accuracy now. That's kind of nice. Just down to the C's chance, I suppose. Although, again, sadly, I'm going to be 1% less hit. Unless the 1% hit just means that items have a 1% more chance of dropping hit. It could be me misinterpreting it, which is possible. That's probably what it is, actually, now that I think about it, saying it out loud, versus like 1% extra accuracy. That makes more sense. Well, oh well. If we could just get a couple more grinders, I think we're in a pretty good position. I love just absorbing a kill's worth of experience while getting a kill. Good feeling. Any grinders we find, we'll add to this so it can do some damage. Nice. Yeah, just the freeze trap is just so consistent. Like these waves, you know, confuse trap is fine, but like build elves, making sure they don't laser you. Remove all RNG. Ooh, those consistent hits. A good feeling. I probably should not have used a confuse trap there. Should have used a freeze trap. Fine, we'll get punished for that. Wow, that was complete and total control of that encounter. Thank you, Red Sword. Not necessarily used for damage, but boy oh boy, that stun lock is so powerful on a character with high accuracy. Speaking of which, what a good feeling. It's kind of like having Spread Needle. Kind of. Nice. Material, don't really need that. Wow, the wolf actually hit me? That's kind of rare. Hit me twice. Must be something about the animation of the weapon. Unfortunate. Now I'm just getting hit all the time. What is going on? Whatever. He's the monomate. The other guy's gonna stun me. That's where I wish I had a gun. The actual... That was such a waste of a freeze trap. I was gonna say, if I targeted the rear one again, I was gonna lose my mind. Still gotta get used to how mech guns feel, where they lock you in place for a while. I avoid them on purpose, because I like guns that have like less commit. Game, please. Bonds batch, sure. Climb off first. Yeah, the fact that I'm out of grinders just tells me I haven't been doing a lot of massive attack 4. We'll do that at some point. Not in a rush today, though. But it's nice to be able to enjoy PSO for different rares. Actually taking advantage of one right now. It having a little more power would probably be beneficial. Nice. The triple paralysis. Exactly what you want to see. Brought to you by Freeze Trap. Yeah, see, like, I'm just shy of like 100 damage. If I had, like, any native percent, I guarantee you it would kill. Like 10% native, for example. Or if we finish our grinders, maybe it'll be good enough with a crit or two. So far, no rare Hildetours. However, shut down the problem enemies, so I'm okay with this. Nicely done. Oh, Hildetour, hello. I'm gonna be really happy if this is Magical Stern or Tista. I'm just saying, like, I've been waiting for this item forever. Like, no fake outs. Give me the item, for real. Oh, come on. Did I really run out of... Oh, that is the worst feeling. I ran out of soul atomizers. Yeah. Oh, on. That was like 1 frame. Aw, come on. I just want a freeze trap kill. Game, please. No rares. What a tease. Oh yeah, this quest is gonna take forever because I don't have Cure Shock on this character. What could I get rid of for Cure Shock? Honestly, the answer is almost nothing. I need everything that's there. And that's the downside. When you just need levels, because you wouldn't need Heavenly Arms if your accuracy was capped. So at this point, it just level up is the solution. And then I'll be able to do these runs super easy between having more ATP, more accuracy. So sad. Hildetour was a scam. Take the mono grinder though. Make these. Also, I seem to notice when I keep playing as this character, I feel like I never get healing items. Like, we had 1 Trimate all the way back there. Like, what else did we receive? Die Fluid, Mono Fluid, like a Monomate. It's like, no. Where are my Trimates at? Other than at the very beginning of the dungeon. I'm not going all the way back to the beginning for a Trimate. Not worth it. We're Soul Atomizers. I guess I missed my chance to get 1 earlier. Unfortunate. Put a fire trap down. Probably confuse trap here would be good. Nice. I'm gonna time a fire trap for the Rappies. Never too soon. Downlame the Argent with hit. Nice. Yeah, so today and all remaining days in the event would definitely mean absolutely worth trying to go for weapons right now. We did go for Cannon Rouge earlier. Technically Psychowand, but I don't really care if Psychowand does hit percentage. Also technically did Excalibur runs with Tiggy earlier. That's always nice. We're gonna pop this so I can clear a little faster. So yeah, unfortunately, the IDs that I need to farm stuff, they're not super efficient. They're not gonna be as game-changing as my high-level characters, but the only way through that is to just play them more. This character could reasonably level in another quest. Oh yeah, I would like to say that was just unlucky. All of them missed the paralysis? Oof. That was purely just due to RNG, because I have V501 on, so it's not like I could have really done that much more, I think. Yeah. Anything else I could have done there? Just unlucky. I'm not missing a 140% against a frozen enemy, like I'm just saying. It's not in my control at that point. Get out of here. Another tri-fluid that I don't need. Thank you, game. Nicely done. Aimed that wrong. That's okay. Thank you, Hunter's version of Spread Needle. If there are people in the chat that are looking to do any runs today, let me know. Just doing solo until I see some people pop by. But I have a feeling maybe not in this particular session, because I think outside Tiggy, most people will be at work for a while. Given that it is a Friday. Middle of the afternoon. Welcome to having days off. Okay, this allows us to get more solo time. I don't very often record solo stuff. It's just me usually playing during a lunch hour or something, where I work at home or something. At least you can see what my mindset is when I go through these things. Let's kill this guy. So we got one healing item this whole time since the other area. Kind of brutal. Oh, two. Sorry, there's two. Not that it matters anymore. HP material, nah, I don't need it. I'm actually just gonna exit. That's faster. I guess in a way, I'm getting the guaranteed badges if nothing else. Yeah, Centurion ability, carrying me hard. Eventually it'd be nice to get rid of that too. Until I get like a red ring, I don't have the stats that I need that I get from that currently. Let's see, do I have a spare cure shock in my bank? Yes, no. I do. Guess I could get rid of Centurion just so that I don't get stun lock. I'm still at max accuracy, which is important. But I also lose a lot of luck, which feels pretty terrible on a character that's not capped. Oh well. I feel so sad about this Rainbow Baton. I wouldn't even be doing this hunt if I just did it on a 55 hit slicer that I have. Oh well. The regrets are real. I think what I'll do, if I go like 2 hours and nobody's here, I'll switch quests. Maybe like an hour 50. And I think I'll try to do more Cannon Rouge, but I'll play my own Red ID before versus this character. Nice. Yeah, so sadly not many crits to guarantee the triple hit kill. We're playing almost vanilla here. Nice. So if it did like native dark, would that be my best choice, or should I leave it for AP? No, it'd probably be native dark. I use it the most in Forest. I do use it on Ruins. I don't use it in Mines. I would sometimes use it on ABs. Depends on the area. If I took this in episode 2, I'd probably use it a bit more there on ABs, but this character will not otherwise do ABs runs. I would use it on satellite lizards, for example, just to hit them for damage. So we'll see where we are. I'm gonna give a little breakdown. If I don't feel like a run is going anywhere, I'll probably switch. Maybe we'll do some green TTF. Okay, there we go. Keeping it simple. Loving my accuracy. So I can land hard attacks on most of these enemies. That's the starting move. That's pretty good for single player. Box bag. So they're gonna bounce off each other. Don't super care what they do. Getting very close to a level up, so I can afford to play aggressively with traps. Do stuff like this. That's not the right trap. I actually wanted this one. That way I could kill the Hilldale. Oh, shot by 34 damage. There's where Centurion would have made a difference. 9 bullets with 30 extra ATP, only needing to do 30 damage. Very likely scenario. You're stuck in caves again, says Tiggy. Do you want help in the caves, Tiggy? Hello, Azul. Hopefully you're doing well. How goes the grind? Okay. I got a new weapon today, so that was nice. I'm using it right now. We got a red sword with hit percentage. That was kind of a nice random drop. But just let me know, Tiggy, if you want to be liberated from the caves. Running with randoms at the moment, we can after our respective runs. Sure. I don't mind mixing it up. I went for my Urtista. Expect to see this basically every stream while waiting for people. Because this is a very niche item, but I do want it. So I'm at the point I will probably pay photon drops for it. I've given it a good 60 runs since the event started. I've killed like 12 or 15 Hildetours this week alone. Have not gotten it to drop. So I just feel like the odds are not with me for sure. Nice level up. Come on, accuracy. Is that another level with no accuracy? That's kind of brutal. Unless I'm maxed and it hides it. I always forget how that works. But thank you for asking, Azul. We're kind of a neutral territory at the moment. I'm getting to level characters I don't normally play as because I don't like to level hunters. Normally I'm either a ranger because ranger supremacy is real, or force because everybody's playing a cast and they need a force. Even if maxed, you still see it? Okay, I wasn't sure. Just started Hugh Conceal Tune, currently level 30. I want to ask if it's worth trying to get a Musashi from Dragon. No. No. I would say, like, it's okay. It's something you do when you're really bored, but there's just... It's something you do when you're, like, done. When you're leveling the character from fresh, it's not a helpful item to get you through. Like, I feel like if I want to clear something fast as a hunter, I'm usually bringing in, like, some ridiculous Disca, right? Like, I got my Jiska Brave Mans, or I bring out maybe Red Sword if you have V501. That way you could do cheesy stuff like this and stun lock them. So if you're just looking for casual clear, you just do this. It's okay. I have one. I didn't end up using it a whole ton. I was less impressed with it. It's one of those things where it's really good once you have the stats, but like to level a character, You have a full moral at level 16, thought there were more forces than hunters. That I don't know. I've never actually looked at the overall ratio. That I'm kind of curious about. Did I focus full moral instead for party play? I just started on Ephinea. Oh, that's a fair question. Let me think about this. So my recommendation to you is whenever I'm playing the game, I always have a cast at some point. Oh, let me get through here. But usually the very first character I play is a ranger, and then I get money on my alternate character, right? So I have money. Once I have money and a decent mag, like a mind mag, where I just pump all the tri-fluids I don't need from playing a ranger into said mag, or if I'm a cast, then just at any point, it doesn't matter. Then I focus on the force. Forces are extraordinarily easy to level. In fact, Azul, if you need help leveling, just let me know. I'm willing to spend some time today, even though it's an event, to help you power level. Forces, when you have everything and the stars align, are the easiest character to level. And they are like autopilot, defeat everything. We've done that a lot on this stream in particular. My least amount of experiences with hunters, but I will state overall, I don't really use Musashi. I just feel like where the points where it would be useful for me, I would just go, well then I'm just going to use Excalibur instead. That's like, if I'm gonna farm something, it'll be Excalibur, like 9 times out of 10. The ability to hit multiple targets is more useful to me than hitting the same target multiple times. Just that's how I feel. I'm at work, not free for another 6 hours. Well, I'm going to be here a long time, Azul. I've taken today off. We're gonna go in. I think that's my stance on it. I think forces are a really great second character. I hear people advocate that they're an easy starting character. I don't know if I really agree with that unless you're already comfortable with the game, to be honest, because there's a lot of like resistances and stuff to pick up. But if you just come in with the force with like any amount of money, then I feel like that also eliminates the other problem. Because early on, you're going to be running out of money for monofluids and stuff like that. And I feel like people that say that kind of forget that that's a thing. But yeah, like you can't just afford to buy 10 tri-fluids every quest. Like it's not gonna happen. While also leveling a mind mag, it's not gonna happen. And that's why people will end up with mags that have mag cells or something else. So that way they can easily feed one of their mags. Like we have a Rappy mag, for example, from episode 4 Cell Drop. And that makes the mind stuff really easy. Yeah, you might notice when we swap into our forces, we have like I think a 15 defense, and everything else is in mind. And that also makes forces super easy to play. And again, just those kinds of little setups, it's way easier to set up, I think, the force than some of the other characters. Because quote-unquote getting ahead with the force might just be, you know, you get level 15 or level 20 techniques as early as normal mode. Not normally feasible. And all it requires is just getting one character to very hard or ultimate. Not the most difficult task ever. Yeah, it's like, it's such a big difference. It's kind of like when you go to play the Fomoral and you go from, you know, maybe you start using basic Foe or Zond, or the difference of someone granting you the ability to just use like a level 20 Griffoe. And suddenly every room, because there's no weaknesses early on that matter, you could just Griffoe every room and kill everything from normal to hard with one spell. Yukisou was having a lot less issues missing, but the grind was subpar. Yeah, I feel like with her in particular, she doesn't have like, I would say, a go-to weapon necessarily that I would clear rooms with. It's not like the Ranger where you have things like the Heaven Striker where you could pew pew laser episode 4 and laugh as everything dies on even beat. The Hunter weapons do require you to swap sometimes. Oh, handgun is a hard choice, so I'll show you something, Azul. So this is one of my favorite guns in the game. The Last Swan. Look at that pistol speed. Like, getting even access to this, which technically you could do right now. Technically, if you have a Photon Crystal, you could go to Black Paper's Dangerous Deal, I think it's called, the full quest name. And you spend that, and you try to get a Last Swan. And suddenly your gameplay is so much easier. You're like, wow, why was I doing things without using Last Swan? This gun is broken. Yeah, I know what you mean. I heard people going like, oh, she's got unique dagger animations. I remember that when I used to play. And then I went to play her and I'm like, why would I ever dagger in this nonsense? Why would I dagger in this nonsense world? It doesn't feel good. It feels okay on lower difficulties when they move slower, but it's like, I could dagger or I could have my triple shot pistol. And I'm like, I'm always gonna choose the triple shot pistol. So godlike. But yeah, I think what we'll end up doing is once we're done with the event, I want to sit down and create like, I'm still gonna call it the Pauper's Guide, but essentially people are looking to go from normal to ultimate, like what items I'd recommend you go for. And again, a lot of the times the answer will just be to not super worry about items. It's more important you get experience and time on your character, so that way you level your mag. But when you're looking to do kind of like those weird one-off runs, like doing a normal mode Black Paper deal for certain items versus very hard, those can be game changers. And honestly, if you just want a power level, my answer to you is just repeat the beginning of episode 4 a lot. Episode 4 is busted. If you have not played it before, it is just absolutely bonkers. You'll kick yourself at how much XP you've been leaving out by doing episode 1. Or hate yourself that you did episode 2 thinking the difficulty increase was worth it. Spoilers, it's not worth it. Yeah, learning to clear that one specific quest of Massive Attack 4. Not only do the Rappies drop guaranteed items, which is amazing when you're starting out, especially since a lot of them will be better than what you have. Just easy waves. In fact, let me just show you Azul, in case you're not aware. We're here. I have nothing better to do. We're waiting for Tiggy. So I'm just gonna do... It's just the beginning of the quest. Yeah, you don't know anything about episode 4? I'm gonna teach you the only thing you need to know. We're gonna go on normal. I'm gonna go on normal real quick. This is for you, Azul. You have a cave up when I'm ready? Okay, I'll be there soon. So I just want to showcase this. So, take notes, Azul. Maximum attack. A, B, or C doesn't matter when you're first starting out. Does not matter which one you pick. I'll tell you why. They all have the same starting area. You do the same thing every time. If you want a power level, this is what you do. You pick one of these quests, doesn't matter. There's different drop-off points depending on how leveled you are. So we're on normal, so this should be a pretty quick demo. But essentially, you'll see a high number of enemies. And I'm sure since you're probably more familiar with normal and hard mode, seeing how much XP these enemies drop is just like mind-boggling. So the first wave that appears is going to be Rappies. If you have a cast, just put a little freeze trap down here, right? You let it go off. Otherwise, you just kind of melee them. Wave over. And then more Rappies come down. If you want, you could set some fire traps. They do have a weakness to fire. So if you just want to get free damage and your damage is not quite good enough, you can go ahead and do that. Then these enemies come, and if you have a sword-like weapon, this is what I would recommend for leveling. So I use red sword to level. So I just killed like that whole wave, and it's not going to be that different between the difficulties. And I killed this a whole wave. Right? And now you have all these Rappies here. You slap them. You might get some good items. You can see I'm getting things like Gabarda, some frames, guaranteed drops like money. You don't have to worry about item chance at all. If you're looking for techniques for your force, they'll probably spawn here. If you have a melee weapon, which you need on the satellite lizards, you can go as far as killing these. So you can reset right where I was. I'm not kidding. Some people just only do that portion of the quest. They slash lobby out of there, they're done. Because the XP is bonkers when you're starting out. Otherwise, if you have a character, like let's say you have your Fomarl, you'll be spamming Gafoi about where I'm standing here. And all of these enemies can take damage with Gafoi on spawn. So they'll immediately spawn and die. I can't showcase with this character specifically, but trust me, it is very, very fast and very powerful. And then around the time that you finish this wave, I would recommend quitting. If you're a force, I'd probably quit at this point. If you want to, you could go further. I'll show you the furthest I would recommend going. Just kill these things real quick. Probably this wave. I would probably not do beyond this wave. The reason, because there are annoying... I was about to call them praying mantises. There are annoying enemies, these things, the Astarks. They're usually too strong for people that are getting used to episode 4, and they do a lot of damage. So I would just honestly slash lobby at that point. Be like, bye. You don't have to deal with them. And that is one of the fastest ways to level on your own. If you can't beat bosses quickly, you just kill Rappies that give like double XP compared to everything else, and they give guaranteed items, and they'll give you frames, and they'll give you weapons, and they'll give you money, and they'll give you techniques. So it's kind of like the all-in-one package. I use that to power level basically all my other characters. Now, if I'm with a group, I'll do slightly different quests. But if I'm playing solo, for example, I'm playing a solo force, I will spam that quest till the end of time. Yeah, take notes there. It's just a really easy clear. If you're willing to reset a few times, you end up with so many items and so much money across the difficulties. You will be so happy you don't have to do really terrible other quests. Yeah, the episode 4, all you need to know, Azul, is forces love episode 4. Fomarl's probably one of the weaker at it because she doesn't have a bonus to Gafoi, which is one of the most powerful spells in the game. But still doable. As long as you have a decent mind mag, you just a couple fireballs and they all die. Of those enemies on normal and hard, you can kill all of them with just Gafoi. Literally can kill all of them with just Gafoi. Very hard is the only exception. You do have to somewhat pay attention to elements. Otherwise, if you have high enough mind score plus everything else, you cast like 10 Gafois, kill 40 enemies, laugh at the game, get all the items. So anyway, Tiggy's been waiting patiently. Let's see. What do I want to bring into this? I guess I should bring a horse. So Tiggy's a purple ID. So I could bring in any force. Thinking. Seabank. 4? I guess I can level one of my other forces. But oh yeah, episode 4 is like the dream quest. A lot of those enemies have gimmicks that make it annoying for rangers to deal with them. Like those lizards you saw block all projectiles. But they take normal damage from melee, and they still take damage from spells. There's also flying birds, which are very annoying for hunters. But again, if you're a force, who cares? You just kind of win automatically. I guess I could play Mr. Freeze. So yeah, we have a ton of characters. I have the most experience on Force for sure. Several of these characters is old to give you an idea once you have like all of the items that you want. Not even like Psychowand necessarily, but just like pure finished mind mag plus high level techniques. We've leveled characters to level 80 in somewhere between 3.5 and 6 hours. And that's it. That's all we take going from normal to ultimate. Like, it is so fast. The forces are so unfair. Unreal. There's also one other quest. If Tiggy's be right backing, I want to show you one other quest. We call this the Rich Man's Quest. So if you're feeling really brave with the Force, and you got a little bit of cash to spare, there's one other quest I just want to show you. In VR, there's something called Beyond the Horizon. I will briefly showcase it. I'll wait for Tiggy to say Tiggy is back. And it is absolutely stupid how fast you can kill. So if you have money... Oh, Tiggy's back. We'll showcase briefly. Yeah. Pay the money. So, if you don't care about items and all you care about leveling, it's just you spam Fireball over and over. People use this quest all the time. Oh yeah, we're winning. So you can see, like, I could just do this. What could they do? Just say GG to them. Easy quest, you barely move. Play as far as you feel like you can. It's my suggestion to you. You can see this is just like rapid death. Anyway, let's slash lobby and join Tiggy. Ubi talked to me a lot on IDs, but I want to ask about mags for Fomoral. Would a power dex mag be good given her low MST? That is an interesting question. Fomoral, I think, is in a weird spot where I think if I'm playing through the game casually... Oh yeah, that quest is insane. Let's find Tiggy's game. This one? Okay, good. It was Beyond the Horizon on VR. So you could just literally stand still and spam Gafoe. GG. Like the ultimate quest. Well, I don't have Pure Paralysis. This should be fine, though. So, essentially what I would say, if I'm casually playing through the game, I actually generally prefer to have a power mag. I actually agree with that sentence. She has really good slicer animations. So if all I'm looking to do is deal damage quickly, I find it's easier to get ATP in the same kind of scenarios. Oh, somebody found Psychowand. Nice. Hopefully that'll be Tiggy's name at the top at some point. So what I end up doing when I feel like I'm struggling with her, I ended up doing like my pure power mag. And again, if I have an ult character, I'm leveling a power mag. When I'm playing that power mag, I'm leveling the mind mag, and I just move them both to her. She's not the best at dealing spell damage, so if you don't have like a really strong mind mag, I did find it way easier with any slicer with hit, cleared out most of the game. Yeah, this should be fine, maybe. Yeah, there's a lot of things that complement that, like in Ultimate, there's an armor called 13, where I will generally prefer to be ATP in most areas with the Fomoral. In fact, when I was playing her earlier today, I did not even bother to use spells. I don't feel like her spells are necessarily the best. Give me an inventory full. Game, please. Sorry about that. I was going for the Cure Paralysis. Check my inventory. Yeah, I don't need this much HP. Sorry about that. Yeah, the Beyond the Horizons is so sick. Ooh, are we doing the traditional clear? That I see MAE? I know buff him, you just gotta touch it. No pure stat mags are a recommended thing, but I admit the idea of getting the special level 100 mags or 2 testing payout. What do you mean by special 100 level ones? Do you mean like the ones that require mag cells? I mean, there's ones that are very valid that people do get, like one require. Oh, I have too many escape dolls. I need to pull them down. Like Liberta Kit is a very valid mag. You have everything from Dragon Scales are valid. I'm not sure what you mean by that. To get, like, in order to get all the mag blasts, you generally have to get the special ones, if that's what you mean. Like, if you're talking about, like, Sato, the cat mag, or Nidra, the... Yeah, no, those are mandatory. Like, no. Like, those are in the recommended ones. So, like, your final mag should be that. Yes, you should have a mag that is purely meant for the finals. based off your max stats. It's very specific per character, so it's a little hard for me to give you the breakdown. But what I can say is that the reason you go for those is not necessarily because of the stats, but because of the fact that they can offer things like invincibility. So Nidra and Sato, for example, give really strong invincibility. Some people like Savitri for, I believe, shifted D-band, which is okay on casts. You do not want that on a force character. That's just a waste of time. Mag invincibility is so powerful. You should not give it up, I would state. But yeah, it's kind of like the way to view it is when you're first playing out, you do whatever you can to level. You don't care about efficiency at all. Just do whatever you want. Recognize that it's probably not worth trying to get the perfect mag the first time you play. If you botch it, okay. Like, it doesn't really matter. You get like a million mags later. So the intent is you'll probably be playing for a long time. So when you're doing runs like these, you're going to potentially be feeding your mag as you walk around. I'm at the point where I don't really care. Like, ideally, when I'm in rooms like this, I would just be spamming other things like that. Yeah, so what's more important? I would say if you don't get the perfect stats, whatever. It's still a really great mag if you want to make another backup character. By all means, go ahead and do it. But what I'll say is that it's important to pay attention to the mag blasts. I would say if you're just looking for it to help carry you, I would really, really, really look at the mag blasts. Those are game-changing levels of power. Yeah, there's some that you'll end up spamming exactly. You'll be putting like anti-paralysis or antidote depending on the build. And that's what you'll end up doing in order to kind of go through the game. But my recommendation to you, Azul, like I haven't done mag feeding in a while because again, I'm done with the game. But essentially, I always made it on a Ranger first because you always got a Stella. And then from there, I just decided, do I want to get the Angel Mag Blast? And usually I did. And do I want my Loyula, aka one of the best mag combos in the game? And I get to decide what order it is. If I mess up, for whatever reason, then I just go for the other order, if that makes sense. So the downside to it is you do need specific characters and specific IDs. I know, for example, I had a Fomar that was red ID. In order to complete the one that I did, I called him Nidra, so that's why I remember it's always red ID Nidra. But some of the other ones are a bit more annoying to level. Like the cat was kind of difficult to level. Nidra was very easy to level. So even from a standpoint of just getting to your first max stat character, really good. Yeah, I literally named my character like Nidra, red ID, left him at level 1 for a majority of the game, and went, you know what, I'll actually just play him now. And he's a character I still use every now and then. Yeah, just those kinds of things. Oh, this poor guy Lacus is getting absolutely bodied. I don't really want to gel in people. He just really needs to dodge. I should Zalore people. That'll help kill faster, but ideally, you should be able to handle like a 1v1. Eyes of the Force should not have to interfere with that. Like, I could do stuff like this when I'm entering the room. That might help. Yeah, so take a look at that. I made, I think, like a Green Ranger plus Red Force, and that covered most of my needs. Yeah, all those things will help carry you. And again, the first mag you have, don't worry about it. Eventually, you're going to get to the point when you're going for specific rares that you're going to be leveling potentially 2 or 3 mags at once. And as long as you level them the same way, you kind of have backup mags if you mess up. That's how I view it. I'm going to make a main Fomaro, Viridia Hugh. Oh, Viridia is an excellent ID. Viridia, I will recommend. They are the characters you will be spamming TTF for towards the future. They are good on basically every episode. They could do every boss rush in the game. Red Fonumin is pretty solid. I made a red Fomar originally. Purple Fomar, It depends. Is it just for Psychowand? What are you looking for in purple? There's easier ways to hunt Psychowand than purple. They might require more gear though for it. But yeah, I highly recommend green is a really solid ID, Viridia is a really solid ID. Blue is excellent if you ever decide to level other people, because the episode 4 very hard mode meta is really broken. And they got some okay rares in episode 2. And Ramar. I'm attempting to read the chat for the correction while also gaming. It's a bit difficult. Yeah, purple makes sense for Ramarl, sort of. I think she's kind of bad at doing Psychowand runs, which is the one we're doing currently. But she's otherwise pretty good at clearing episode 2 elite enemies. So if there's stuff you're looking for in Tower, for example, I thought Purple ID Ranger was fine. And episode 4 also, she can clear it with a little bit of help. Oh, let's see. Takes my bronze badges. So yeah, like if your goal was just to hit very hard mode, I could probably just Gafoe spam and then you would just insta level. It's not hard to do. This character I'm playing right here is the character I use to level new players. There's actually some really good rewards on very hard mode. Like really, really good. Like they're so good that you would actually do runs for them levels of good. So whenever I'm in the mood for it, I will help a whole bunch of players and hopefully get rares that I'm looking for at the same time. There's one specific item I'm talking about, Ignition Cloak. That thing is so strong combined with the merges. Dumb. It is a little sad that you can't really... Oh, I can join. You can't really... I guess turbo farm anymore with gambling. But things like God Ability and 3 Seals make a big difference for all your characters, and they're potentially 1000k gambles, which are not unreasonable to do after a certain point in the game. Just things to think about. I'm gonna put away these heavenly bodies. I don't really need them right now. Beam power level saps motivation. That's fair. A lot of people feel that way. I know from my first character, I wanted to take them to 80 on my own, and then after that, I'm like, okay, I'm never doing that again. Just in that order. I have no interest. Yeah, like, I don't think you really want to level all of your characters to 80 solo. And, like, I don't think you should really split attention either. Like, if you're going to take a character at 80, play one character all the way through at this point. Especially during the event. You don't really benefit from doing anything else. Uh-oh. Sad face for Tiki. I like the crying face with the cloud. That was good. Yeah, it's just kind of one of those things where I don't feel the need to prove that I can get a character to 80 at this point. If I want alternate IDs, I don't really want to go through the normal journey with no items for every character. I'm not interested. I got other things to do. Although I like Tiggy has a almost copycat of colors. There we go. Big damage from the team. Don't need to worry about anything. Like, that's my contribution to battle. Izalore. See, that's what happens when people have good gear. I don't need to do anything. It's all good. They know. Oh, do I not have V801 on? Don't. I was thinking my casting speed felt weird. Well, I don't think it really matters. I can get rid of God Technique for it, I think. Be something to fix next time. LNK combat with C's. That's unfortunate. Don't want it. Pick up the Meseta though. That's kind of nice. Like little micro steps. LNK combat. Every now and then I'll heal our teammates. That'll be my contribution. I'm not really a heal character either. I'm here for emotional support. Alright, we'll take the silver badge for sure. Yeah, I do find from the Fomoral perspective, I guess I talked about her specifically, there are certain items that I feel like if you get them, it makes such a big difference with being able to level. So do not sleep on slicers. Do not sleep on guns. She's actually weirdly good with certain guns. In particular, there's a... oh, I'm forgetting the name. It's like... is it Photon Launcher? It's Photon Launcher. But there's guns you would be very surprised that they can use. And they are weirdly, weirdly top tier. Like, they shoot faster than Ranger levels of gun goodness. So in a weird way, I kind of view the Fomoral as like a slightly more limited, but still extremely good Ranger. Yeah, 13 Jessica Brave Man is really good. It gives you guaranteed accuracy. That's a solid one. Rambling May is a classic. Vivian is another classic weapon. You get both of those by playing Pink ID. Yeah, see, I normally have it. I put my Ramoral, or not Ramoral, I'll put my Fomoral to Pink ID specifically so I could farm those with her. Though I don't think she's the best necessarily at it. Though some regrets there, but I wanted to be able to get those items. Pink ID is really solid. Just, I think for episode 2, I would have preferred Ranger in hindsight. It is what it is. But yeah, you'll see me play with any of those. I did not really enjoy going for Sweetheart and Safety Heart. Those are a really big investment if you decide to go for those. Oh, no Lily, nice. Nice level ups. Okay, everybody had the same idea there. Mother Guard Plus is for faux Newmans only, as an FYI. I'm not sure if you mentioned playing a faux Newman. Troll's Paracel is much better than Madam's. Madam's is not worth it, to be honest with you. And Profits is also not worth going for, unless you just like the look of the item. Then, you know, that's your thing, but I'm just saying from like a meta standpoint, 3 seals is really easy to get Azul. I'm gonna be honest with you, like you're talking about getting Psychowand, like people have played hundreds of hours and not gotten it. I have like 43 seals. Just, the ease of which you get a 3 seals is not even anywhere near close as the Profits. Mercurius Rod I also felt was not worth it. I'm gonna break your heart now. The problem is, like, some of the animations go up in cast time, so even though it like buffs grants and she's good at grants, it's just too slow. And it feels really bad. Also, there's not many enemies you grants on, unfortunately. I wish grants worked where it just targeted every enemy in the room, or it allowed you to multi cast into the enemy. There are some enemies that can place more than one grants on you. I wish you could do that. Then I think grants would be worth using. Yeah, but the thing is, like, as you learn, you're not going to be using grants on bosses, ever. There's literally no point, sadly, to ever using grants on a boss. In the same situation where a boss has invincibility, a simple tech is better every time. So for example, like, the final boss of the game on higher difficulties is invincible to everything but techs. Allegedly is weak to grants. It's still better to spam Defoe. Or not Defoe, it's better to spam regular Foe. So characters like the Foe New World, who are good at simple techs, are just leagues better than the Foe Moral, sadly, in the same scenario. Even though the boss allegedly has light resist. Kinda sad. Yeah, Diska's real. I think she's one of my favorite Slicer characters, and Rambling May is so good. It's one of those cheat weapons where there are enemies that hit like annoyingly high, or there are enemies that go annoyingly high or low, and normally that makes you miss them. You might have come across a few depending on where you've been playing. Claws in particular and Ruins do that a lot. But essentially what'll happen is Rambling May ignores that, and you might have noticed for things like the worm boss in caves, for example, it will move around a lot and you'll whiff a lot for no reason. Things like Rambling May ignore that pretty heavily. So any boss that's flying in the air or any boss that goes underground, you equally don't care with Rambling May. Yeah, I full agree. I basically used her as kind of like a quasi ranger, as I said before. It's basically ranger without like their best tool, but they're basically unkillable. I actually like to think the Foe Moral of the tank of the game. Like, if there's a character you will just never die with, it's the Foe Moral. She just has so much TP, full access to level 30 Shift to D-Band, level 30 Jelin's Allure. Yeah, Bazooka, Inferno Bazooka. Thank you. That was the gun I was trying to think of earlier, not Photon Launcher. Yeah, she's super good with Bazooka. But Rambling May is just better than it in every single sense. Like, disgustingly broken damage. The reason being is that I don't think they ever foresaw she would be using a shotgun animation. And so it's just really fast for some reason. And they never corrected it in any version. Sell add-ups for 40 photon drops? Nah. Yeah. I do recommend if you're playing a ranger, keep an eye out for Guilty Light. That is a hidden classic that people will not tell you about. That one will teach you why some of the other guns are really broken, like the top tier weapons. That's one of those ones where it pierces. It doesn't tell you it pierces, but it pierces. It's infinitely high and low, and you could use it as like a shotgun, but also a sniper. So just picture picture Dragon Boss, for example, where normally you can hit it like once or twice. But no, every shot with not Inferno Bazooka, every shot with Guilty Light will hit 3 times. So you're just doing triple damage for free every shot, and it pierces. So it's basically everything you want in the early game. Obviously, if you have like really good shotguns like charge arms, there's not a reason to necessarily use it, but man. Yeah, I don't know why she could use Inferno Bazooka. It confuses me. Yeah, Guilty Light is one of those really easy to get rares. You will probably find it casually playing. I don't think I've played a single ID at any point and not gotten a Guilty Light. It threw out hard and very hard. A lot of IDs have it. Like, it'll happen if you're playing the game normally. For sure. So, you don't have to wait for a spread needle. But honestly, Azul, it depends on how far you're willing to go. If you're willing to trade for rares, as I said before, I do really, really think there are some game-changing rares. The moment you have them, the game is actually over. Oh, Crush Bullet recently? Yeah, Crush Bullet is solid. It's not what I would consider like a game changer by itself, though. it's solid. Like, I will take it over a normal shotgun, but I'm not gonna be like, wow, this defines the character. Don't like the rock cast aesthetic. Rocket Seal doesn't appeal to you. Oh, that's a shame. Because the cast rangers are some of the best in the game, period. Raw cast in particular is considered the most powerful. I think only really contested Q cast. Their ability to use Spread Needle and Frozen Shooter and also do high damage with bazooka weapons is just phenomenally good against every boss. Yeah, I meant to play more of the raw cast, but unfortunately, I don't play with a lot of friends that are forces, so I will end up usually just playing the force instead. So you'll see me do stuff like this, where I can just autopilot the force. Like, the odds of me dying in this quest are, I'm not gonna say 0, but it's like 0.01%. I mean, I have so many ways to heal. As long as I'm like vaguely paying attention to the wave, I should be fine. Yeah, and I'm gonna crowd control them to make sure they go there. Like, there's a lot of hidden tech. Like, I could, if you ever are curious why I'm using, like, Razan, for example, against an enemy immune to Razan, feel free to ask those questions. There's a reason for it. The Newman legit walks into the room and everything dies. Definitely at the moment, but not from me. Definitely not from me. I'm not the one that's DPSing here. But I'm just gonna Zalor. I'm playing more support force. Oh, that was an excellent freeze. I don't know who put that trap. That was sick. That was sick placement. Okay, I'll pity heal some people for between waves. But yeah, there's just so much that you can end up doing. One thing I would also state is that females have a disadvantage over the males in the sense that males cast faster when unarmed. So it's easier to get to the right casting speed to stunlock people with males than it is with the females. Because I can literally just unequip my weapon and I fast cast. Like, let me show you. Like, you might notice, like, I now have less lag between all my attacks. Yeah, Faux Neural, you won't be using simple text. Is she the best solo force? I think the best solo force is Faux Newman. I don't think it's Faux Neural. I think she's the best challenge mode force, where you have set restrictions. That I'm willing to say. But best solo force? No, none of the females fast cast. No. Sadly. I wish she had fast casting. She casts slightly faster with the wand, but it's still much slower than the male character unequipping his things. In fact, because I don't need this, I might as well just stay unarmed. I don't care about my damage. Yeah, the Faux Moral has big problems with it. So, like, the Faux Newmans are literally able to stunlock certain enemies completely out of the game. Like, if I'm playing very hard mode, I can cast spells so quickly that it's possible for enemies to just never be able to damage me. And females can't do that, and that's why I have a trouble saying that the females are the solo character. Like, they have good simple tech damage, which is somewhat relevant when leveling, and they get early access to... Oh, Steel Jai Sword, congratulations. They have faster MST growth, except for Faux Morals, who have the lowest for no reason. I feel like they messed up her stats. I'm gonna be real with you, I think they forgot to add like 200 MST to her. Her MST makes no sense. She's lower than Fomar. She doesn't follow the females have higher MST rule that every other character does, which is a big shame. Because if she did, she would be pretty solid, but instead she's just kind of okay at attacks. But if you view her more, as I said before, like a tank, like you're gonna be using Slicer, you're gonna be using Rambling May, you're gonna be using whatever you want, and you don't worry about tech damage, then it feels good. Let's think of this way. You have some of the strongest debuffs in the game. You have some of the highest ATP of the forces, so you're gonna be doing massive damage. Oh, no freeze chance there. That's ridiculous. So, it's just kind of okay, unfortunately. I don't know who would push her as the best solo force. I guess if you're looking to if you're looking to purely use only techs, I would say she's still probably number 2, but still pretty good. Still pretty good. I think she getting early access to techs means that you will use her as a pure spellcaster. The problem with the high difficulties is that I can't talk today. Pure spellcasting, there we go, is not really good outside of episode 4. So, like, if you want to kill something quickly, like a boss, you will not be spellcasting. Fomar's better Funeral. Fomar's, like, better support Ramoral. Yeah, that's a pretty good way of viewing it, to be honest with you. Like, the Ramoral trades, like, weapon efficiency, and trades it in for amazing techs and amazing bonuses to, like, Shifta, D-Ban, Resta, etc. By becoming the Fomarl. But that's not a bad way of viewing it, for sure. Although Fomar is more... Yeah, I guess that's still accurate. Yeah, Fomar is one of those characters. I call them a luxury character. I think they're one of the worst starting characters in the game. Unless you have well, I guess the way to phrase it, if you're going with literally no items, it's really painful playing as them because you don't have any hit percentage. They're a character that needs so many items to work. When they work, they feel really good, but it's like, we're talking about a character that doesn't feel like they're quote-unquote online and playable until like 180, which is a really long commitment to play a character. Like, yes, they have decent tech bonuses, but a little questionable everything else. They don't get some of the cheat weapons that the Fomarl gets, so you can't use Last Swan, aka the gun I show you with the triple shot. They don't really have a good melee option outside of Excalibur and maybe the Partisan. I feel like Terrell's Parasol's better. Just an easier to get charge weapon. Just kind of okay stuff. Also, oops, my General Arm and General Battle. Did not mean to pick you up earlier. So yeah, we'll join Tiggy for a few more, and then we'll probably swap out what we're doing. Yeah, he's one of those characters, like, when you have every single item in the game, I think he is the theoretical best character in the game. Because he has, like, the most insane ATP, so he's able to do all the melee sections that all the forces have to do. But he also has some of the best tech bonuses in the game.
Perfect mayhem!
We'll see where it goes from there. Well, hello, welcome, Christogrim. I don't normally stream on Fridays, but here we are, enjoying some PSO. Hopefully you're doing well. What did you play at Christogrim, out of curiosity? I think I saw you briefly in the morning. Yeah, the Fomar, they're very fickle. I think they're somewhat worth it, but again, like, you have to have almost all the items, and then you're like, oh, now I understand why people like this character versus, this just feels like worse Fo Newman, or, this just feels like worse Hunter. Takes a while. Takes a while. Oh, this character's so close to leveling. Just need one more player in here. Let's spin in circles a little bit. We do some emotes all over as we wait. Do the angry stomps, my favorite emote. Maybe getting a Viridia Hunural may be better over a Hucasil. So I'm gonna put it this way. There are things the Hucasil is good at over the Hunural. The Hunural is better at some other things. So, like, Hunural is an easier solo class to me than a Hucasil. I think Hucast is stronger as a solo class than Hunural. That would make sense. Shifted D-Band is okay. Her big problem, which is not immediately clear, is her accuracy is awful. It is so bad. Don't let that max accuracy on the guides fool you. She is like 60 plus points away from her cap when she hits max level. You have to literally invest in like almost pure dex mags to fix her. She feels super awkward. I wish they fixed her curve a little more, so that it didn't feel like that. If I was going for a pure solo class, my honest statement to you is Ramaru. I think she's one of the, if you're just looking for a super easy low item clear and you're not looking for the raw cast as you mentioned before, I would just play Ramaru. Way easier, way better late game reward, the payoff is there. The only thing the Hidden World gets over the Ramaru specifically is Dark Flow, and it's just okay. Yeah, her accuracy's terrible. The Hyuga on the other hand, has Ranger-like accuracy, so it's really easy to hit with her. Her problem is defense, HP, and attack power. She has almost like human-level stats, but she doesn't get human-level buffs or debuffs, so she can feel a little awkward. The trade-off is that casts have some of the best abilities in the game with Confuse Trap and Freeze Trap. And you can do a lot of cheesy things with Fire Trap. I'm not sure if you're aware of those. Like you might see in this quest, if you're wondering how the slimes are dying before they get to do anything, somebody's just putting a Fire Trap on the spot where they spawn and it kills them instantly. There's a lot of weird tech in the game that somebody would probably have to teach you. I don't know if you would find that out on your own. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of hidden uses for the traps. Like, for example, if a Del Saber is chasing you, you can use a Fire Trap to interrupt their animations. Or when you're casually just swapping weapons, you can drop a Fire Trap and just continue the DPS. Or if you calculate the damage correctly, Fire Trap can enable you to normal power into Fire Trap, and that'll kill most enemies in the game. Yeah, there's a lot of tech that's in the game. Just like there's a lot of tech with Gafoi. So, if you're wondering why people say Gafoi is king, it's because of how the spell stacks. No. Gafoi can kind of do the same thing. If you flood a room with Fireball and the slime becomes upright and it goes to attack, it'll take damage from every Fireball active in the room. So you can emulate a similar effect. But there's something specific about the Fire Trap that kills the spawn point, which kills the slime. It's very weird. Because it doesn't matter how much damage the Fire Trap does. It will always kill the slime if you hit the spawn point. It's very silly. Oh, I got thanked for the buffs. See that? I'm vaguely paying attention, chat. I did it. I can have a full-fledged conversation and still support. It's all good. Oh, nice gold badge. Those. But yeah, there's a lot of tech, and I think the casts have a bit more of a learning curve over the forces in that regard, because a lot of it is not really obvious stuff, and not knowing that stuff can make the game difficult. Like knowing what weapons can accurately shoot your own traps, knowing what weapons will never hit traps is important. There's just a lot more to kind of play around with them. Plus, you also don't get them in boss battles. So unless you're specifically doing a mag that has Myla, which is the name of the mag, last, or something like Savisti, or whatever you named earlier, where it naturally can give shift to deband after a certain amount of levels, you're going to find that some of the fights are annoying to do. Not all of them, just some of them. So just be aware of that. If you're looking to get a really powerful cast, you probably will make a Nidra mag with invincibility that knows Myla, and then you'll be good. Oh, Crimson Assassins. Nice level up. Romoral, Pink, Q-Kissel, Verdia, Redia, New Renal Romoral. I think you have decent coverage. Let me think. White ill Fomarl. White is one of the IDs I think I used for my Fomarl for a while. I would probably recommend white or pink, probably, between those two. It's easier to get 13 and Disca Braveman's on a white ID, but almost anybody can be white ID. It doesn't have to specifically be your force. Another Guilty Light, nice. Red can get you some really needed buffs early. Like, for example, Heavenly Battle on Ultimate is so good. It's like it's like build defining levels of good. Like, you will not see a melee character or a ranger without it, unless they have the better version of it. And the fact that you could get it in Forest is really silly. So I think Red ID does open it up to some nice items later. Viridia is probably, I'm still gonna say is probably the best ID in the game. As long as that ID can specifically do bosses, it's really solid. There's not really an area you could go to with Viridian ID and not have a game-ending level drop. Like, they have Excaliburs, they got Gatling guns, they get Red Ring, they get, I think they might also get Overflow's weapon. Parasitic Team Flow. I have to double check. I don't normally do those runs. Green ID gives you some interesting choices. I have my Ranger, like my male Ranger with green, but I think Romarl with green is also pretty good. So basically think of the fact that they can get Red Ring, they could get V101, which is one of the best units in the game. We'll probably be farming those at some point in the future. It's nice to be able to say to yourself, I can start my own run for those items. I would say for Pink ID I think is very strong if you don't have access to the elemental wands, but they're not necessarily mandatory either. Some people will be very willing to just give those out. Again, it really just depends on how self-sufficient you think you need to be in order to enjoy the game. Like, you don't need every ID, but I do think Viridian is a really good start. Pink is probably something you should have at some point as a self-sufficient force. The things of that nature. Viridia is so good you could play it in nearly every area. I'm not kidding. It's that good. Like, you'd play it in Forest, you would play it in Ruins, you would play it in basically every area in Episode 2, you'd play it in every area in Episode 4. It's really, really powerful. It's not even just because of the boss drops. Like, for example, Viridian can get something called Limiter, which you might not be aware of. Essentially, you can level it into something called Adept. I'll leave it on screen for you to look at briefly. Basically, 10 to every stat, also increases accuracy by 20. So hey, if you want your Hugh New Roll to not miss, you might need a few of these. And it also cuts TP consumption down by 25%. It also adds 6 to all resistances. Ready is for frames and materials. Any class can get materials. I would not pick a character specifically due to materials. I would say that's not a good mindset to go into. Materials are very easy to get. Everybody can get them. Nobody cares about them. You could get them through events. You could get them through normal gameplay. They don't matter. Rhedoria is more useful because it could get access to things like Cannon Rouge. Thank you, Hoopweed, for following. I think your name was actually mentioned in the chat earlier. Hopefully you're doing well. But yeah, things like it has things like Cannon Rouge. Cannon Rouge is an excellent run for Red ID if you're looking for a Ranger. You mentioned Green ID, Romarl. So if you manage to get a Heaven Striker, or you're looking to get a Heaven Striker, I do find the Romarl clears Episode 4 pretty easily, and I do love running Green ID. So Green, Red, and Viridian are probably my most common runs in Episode 4. Sometimes I'll do White ID because I'm looking for a limiter from a specific boss, or other things of that nature. But I think you hit the strongest IDs. I'll put it that way. Like, there's a little bit of gaps is in there, but that's just due to how many IDs you have. Let's see. There we go. Thinking for Hucasil, the purple something frame, proof sword saint, V101, V101, that a good end build. For Hucasil, let me look. Oh, purple violet, Adoshi Nimidao, is that what you're thinking of? That's from the Dwarfons, episode 4. That's a very long name. Proof of Sword Saint is pretty solid. I would probably recommend that for hunters if you're going to be serious with them. Being able to get really accurate Excalibur is powerful. I don't see Excalibur in there, actually, in your build. I would recommend at some point, even if it's not for your hunter, Excalibur is useful on every character's. It's so good. V101, yeah, just remember Heavenly Battle is easier to get. Don't, like, burn yourself out specifically only getting V101. Heavenly Battle will carry you pretty far. Adept is a very nice comfort item. I think it's more mandatory on, like, Hunural, whose, like, accuracy is terrible, but you also want other stats. Excalibur with Talisius Mag. Yes, that would technically... Yeah. You could also do it with just a regular Nidra Mag, but ideally, yes, it would be Talisius, because it gets, like, the small, light, dark resist. Not that it super matters, to be honest with you. Sage and Yasha, if you like the Sword Life, I would say sure. I either do that or I combine Shur and Gurren when I feel in the mood. Vivian is an amazing weapon. Absolutely recommend. Daylight Scar. Yeah. I think, too, you won't be carrying all of those weapons. You'll probably just end up picking one. Because it's kind of a pain to go through your multi-targets. Like, I don't think you would get Sage and Yasha and Vivian and Daylight Scar. You would probably pick one. And then you would need a Partisan for coverage, or a Red Sword or something like that for utility. But yeah, you have the general idea of some of the end game. Jizai, yes. I think I used Shur and Gurren to make Jizai because of the ability for it to kill satellite lizards easily. I'll put it this way, if you look at the wiki, it'll mention which one it is. It's been a while since I played a hunter for it, but I'm pretty sure it was Jizai over Sage and Yasha. Sage and Yasha, I just think were harder to get, where Shur and Gurren, I basically gambled one of the rares, and then I just farmed, what was it, Grass Assassin on caves. Much easier. Much easier to get compared to the other two. I have both. I don't use either. Again, unfortunately, I just feel like some of the game-defining items, they're just like, yeah, Excalibur is just so good. Like, there's some niche scenarios where I won't use Excalibur over those other options, but the fact that it has, like, 800 ATP and pierces when you swing with the Saber animation, which is most people's good animation, it's just really hard to... It's really hard to justify using other items, unless they have bigger AoE. Like, again, like your Partisans or your swords, something like that. I'm very tempted to play the Wedding March. You'll probably find yourself with at least one range option. I noticed you didn't list a ranged option in there. It would probably be a charge mech gun of some sort. Oh, team dying. Because there are a lot of enemies in this game you just can't melee. And you're going to have to accept, even as a hunter, you need a gun. Maybe you could get away with the Slicer, depending on the episode, as your ranged weapon, but you're gonna fight bosses that are like, teehee, I like being outside the arena, where you can't melee me. If only you had a gun. Like, even the Nano Dragons are kind of annoying with just Slicer. Ooh, somebody keeps getting bopped. In my defense, I am, like, doing spells and stuff. They're just getting hit. Let me reread what you said in a moment. I need to focus on one thing. I don't want to lean into that Android Ninja build, given the name. I know Gaia is a recommended partisan thanks to charge. I will say that is a situationally really good item. That's not something you'll be using in casual play for the most part. Like, if you're doing a If you're doing like a boss rush, absolutely. Absolutely. You use it to one-shot the worm boss and speed some gameplay up, and it'll feel good. Will you normally wield it? Probably not. I mean, there are people that just don't care. I guess you could keep wielding it. But it's very expensive, I'll put it that way. So people will have backup charge weapons in that scenario. What does more damage, double saber or twin swords? Double saber. I guess my answer to that would be whichever one has higher ATP in Berserk, because honestly, they're kind of interchangeable to me. And the answer most often will be Excalibur will generally outdamage both of those. Unless it's only a single target, then maybe Musashi on a Hugh cast might outdamage it, as an example, I guess. I was thinking going Twin Swords for Vivian is for Fomoral. I mean, you'll probably get Vivian for everybody. It's really good on every female character, to be honest with you. HP Drain Gun and Charge or Berserk Vulcan. Okay, yeah, that's a good mindset. I think the Charge and Berserk are excellent choices. HP Drain Gun, I honestly did not use as much as I thought I would. I use it more in like single-player play against enemies that might have shields, so I can heal during the downtime, but like... Otherwise, if I'm playing a female, Last Swan. If you're playing Hucasil, you can even consider Dual Birds. Yeah, Last Swan is really powerful. If all I'm looking for something is a gun that will defeat a boss extremely quickly, I will do Last Swan. What a gun. That gun is like the hard carry of funerals, Fomarls, and Ramarls everywhere. What a gun. It's basically a Vulcan with none of the commit. It doesn't have the endgame damage potential of like a charge Vulcan, but it has more range, generally speaking, unless you have like the Yashminikovs. You'll probably use the Yashminikov 9000M if you're playing Ramarl, as an example. But yeah. Last Swan is my comfort weapon. When I feel like just brain off, I'll just equip the gun. And go tee-hee shooty blasty and kill everything in the game. Technically you could also bring... Oh, LNK 14. Technically you could bring in a Rambling May on the Hucasil. It's okay. It does allow you to have a sniping weapon with them, which is interesting. It's just very slow. Ramarl with Heaven Punisher and the mag that buffs it. Oh yeah, don't go for Heaven Punisher. Go for Heaven Striker. Heaven Striker all day long. Easier to get by far. The other one is like the uber rare. I mean, I guess if you just don't feel like using the I call it the backpack mag. I actually forget what it's called, even though I just used it earlier today. It's quite something. Yeah, the ability to shoot late. Oh, is it even beat? Oh, it is even beat. I could shut it off if you want. The lasers are really fun. Cool. My bad. I hit Rabarda one too many times there, so I think I got somebody killed. That was my fault. I'll take ownership of that. I usually like to do 2 freezes into a Razan, but I think I triple froze. It was a player input mistake. It's called this. It might be the Striker Mag. The unit. Striker unit. Yeah. Never mind. I think it is. Yeah, that is really fun. It only works during even beat, but man, if you want to have a character that can like brain dead clear episode 4, Striker Mag, Ramarl, set. She could clear all of episode 4. Like what enemy you fighting doesn't matter. Everything is weak to Striker Mag. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, we were playing that earlier today. Does Anguish increase rare monster rate? No. It increases rare item chance, though. That is a lot of materials. Do I need anything? No, I don't. I'll do a couple more with Tiggy. But oh yeah, it's quite something. So we'll do 2 more runs with Tiggy, and then we'll switch what quest we're gonna do. Oh, do a nice little stretch. So I can say, hey, I'm going for my Psychowand attempts. While also leveling the character I use to level other people. So just kind of win-win across the board. Found Tiggy's game again. Yeah, maybe we'll do a solo episode 4, or depending who's here. Thank you, Big Boss 745 for following. Hopefully you're doing well today. But yeah, I love episode 4. A lot of people don't like episode 4, but I also play Force. So I understand. I understand why people don't like episode 4. But when I'm a Force, I'm like, oh, give me that free XP. Thanks for the PSO content. No problem, Big Boss. Well, hopefully we'll find the weapon to surpass Metal Gear, but it's looking like it's a bust so far. One day, we will attain the Psychowand. Right question, what berry to aim for Hue Cassiles? Again, I think a lot of those are things you're not going to get while leveling. If you want my honest opinion of what you should aim for if you're leveling a brand new Hue Cassile, Secret Gear. If you're talking a brand new character, Secret Gear, and then followed by, if you get lucky, Attribute Wall, and then you just don't touch shields for like the rest of the game. You don't really need to touch them. The resistances are high, the defense is high. GG. It's an item you could get below ultimate as well. They're pretty unfair. But I guess if I had to pick one, if you were saying if you happen to have both somehow, I guess I would say probably Kasumi Bracer. ATP is more important than defense, is my ultimate statement to you. There are reasons you might bring a high shield into some missions, but generally speaking, you should be learning to play where either you don't get hit or you don't really need defense on the things that do hit you. Oh, Secret Gear is amazing. Secret Gear is like one of the first rares you get in the game, even in like GameCube PSO, and it's just like, it's so much better than everything else you get for like 3 difficulties. I don't know why. Attribute Wall is just slightly better than Secret Gear in every single way, but it's also way harder to get. Where like, you could just do like brain dead dummy runs from like normal to ruins, like normally playing through the game without doing any quests, and you will probably come across a Secret Gear at some point. I would be very sad if you somehow got to 80 without finding one unintentionally. So I think so far, every time I've played and taken a character legitimately from 1 to 80, of the 7 characters I did that, where I didn't power level, I've always gotten a Secret Gear. So I would double check. It has so many drop chances on so many enemies. Granted, the odds aren't necessarily the best, but still possible. Let's see. I definitely recommend if you're gonna play the a ranger though, because you were talking about potentially making a ranger wall. Please look into getting ranger wall. That thing is an armor you will put on at low levels, and if you're playing the game correctly, you will never take it off. You're done. You found your best in slot. It's over. What do you need to do it? You need, well, I was gonna say originally a turbo controller, but you need to mash the A button a lot in a mini game in episode 2. That's it. You can do it as early as normal difficulty. If you're willing to mash that button, you will get one of the best shields in the game. Or you could do a timing mini game, I guess. There are different ways to earn points in Galen's shop, but just okay. But oh yeah, that thing is like, that is a game-changing item. Like, right now, you're getting things like, you know, maybe a crush bullet or things like that, and they're like damage upgrades. They're items that their own ability is so powerful that if you have this item, it is the difference between you being able to do certain runs or not being able to do certain runs. Kind of like if you get to high difficulties, the difference between you having Heavenly Battle and not having Heavenly Battle is insane. Because I think it's something like 5% faster for General Arms, 10%, or you know what I mean, 5%, 10%, 20, then 40%. So going 40% faster is kind of huge with Heavenly Battle. Especially on lower difficulties where enemies just attack slower and move slower in general. It's just so powerful. Oh, I feel bad. People entered the Lily room before me. I can't stun them with Razond if they do that. Oh well, I'll try. Guess I'll buff our party. I don't really want to damage cancel them, so I'm not gonna spell spam there. No, I'll spell spam just to get the freeze. But oh yeah, there's certain ones you could get very early, and honestly, you'll play with them almost the entirety of the game. So we'll do one more run after this, and we'll figure out what I want to do. We've done a lot. I haven't done any TTF today. We did Pod. We did Endless. Endless was a lot of fun. Probably my favorite quest in the game. Let's see. I haven't done it Towards the Future. Or, well, yeah, I already said TTF. Respective Tomorrow. I haven't done a Respective Tomorrow. Guess I could do one of those. If it's still even beat, I could show off Pew Pew Laser if you want. I'm not sure, Azul. Have you seen Pew Pew Laser before in episode 4? Am I doing a couple of runs of that? Pew Pew Laser's superiority. Oh, I already had room for the mine material. My bad. I was looking at my inventory like, I know I'm at 30 items, but... And then I'm like, oh. Already have mine material. Checks out. I guess I can re-ban them. Doesn't really matter. The quest should be over before the buffs wear off, but I'll do it again anyway. Yeah, I think I'm gonna Pew Pew Laser. Who knows, maybe we'll find Heaven Striker. Must be glorious before you go blind. Oh, it's something. I'm gonna show you the dumbest clear in the game. The total amount of buttons I press is 1. I could unbind almost everything on the controller except for special attack. I'm not even gonna normal power, Shifta, deban. Arguably don't even need Resta. If I play well, I don't need it. Kind of insane. It really makes no sense. So we're gonna Razond to give our allies more time to react to the lilies. We're gonna observe the other lily and Razond. And there we go. That's how we clear that room without anybody dying. Just a couple of well-placed Razonds to unlock the room. So for the people that don't have full EDK, which is a lot of people, especially if you're playing female characters, you just making sure they can ever cast insta-death. So, it's nice. There are allies there, zap the lilies. So one more, and then we have enough time for a couple of episode 4 stuff. At some point I need to level up my green ID characters. It feels so sad. One day they will receive love. Unless I just want to play my green ID Fomar, I guess. How badly do I want Rhythm and Balance? I got a lot of Scape Dolls. I'll drop one for the music disc. I don't care about Scape Dolls. I have so many. There we go. That was my turbo mash manually. Like, I don't want to read your dialogue. So yeah, one more and then the glory of the Pew Pew Laser will be here. We'll put away 2 songs that we acquired. Got a decent number of badges on this character, so I think I'm at 120-ish silver badges. Not bad. think I had like 50 earlier in the week, so definitely stepped up some. Oops, already talked to you, that's right. And final Psychowand attempt for now. I'm not going to say of the day, because technically I will probably do a run that just says Psychowand. There we go, right at the bottom of the list. Easy to get into. We're trying to support our friend Tiggy here to get his Psychowand. He has been grinding so much that his character went from basically level 80 to 193 of almost purely Psychowand, and he has not seen it yet, which is so sad. But we'll try our best to help him. But we can't help PSO RNG. Sometimes it just decides, no, thou shall not have glory, thou shall suffer. Oh, a level 200 player and a Ramar? Well, hello. That could potentially be a very serious character. I'm expecting like Baran's Launcher, probably a Heaven Striker. I'm expecting some nonsense from this character. I'm excited. One day I'll have a high-level ranger. I have a mostly high level, but just not quite there. Plastic spread needle, not surprised. I put D-band on the players in case they're using Berserk. Not because I think these enemies will actually kill the players. Just specifically if they're Berserking. The 2 freezes, a zap, make sure that no lilies can ever attack. Welcome back, Radish. Hopefully you're doing well. How's the foot, Radish? By Crimson Acid. Chad is absolutely murdering them right now. Nice. I tried finding the person who was injured. They are the blue ID. It's there in front of me. I understand now. That was some fast damage. I should pick up these grinders. I do actually need those. I did manage to burn out, finally. Nice. Unibot going deep in the room makes it kind of hard to deal with them. I'm gonna do that to give them a chance, and then I'll heal. The lilies, 1, 2, zap. 1, 2, zap. And zap if you're not sure, or freeze. Level 17 grants, don't care about that. So yeah, I think it's we'll go to Pew Pew Laser after this. Maybe I'll do Purple Pond, and maybe we'll get solo Heaven Striker, using Heaven Striker, which would be funny. It'd be nice to get one with hit percentage, because I think the Heaven Striker is really good on the male rangers, because they lack what I would call like a pure boss killing weapon outside of that. Like, yeah, you have your charge Vulcans, but like, what do you do when you're at a distance and you need to kill something? They don't have like the cheesy Last Swan goodness or like Rambling May of Fomarl to deal with certain annoying bosses. They do have things like Cannon Root, of course, against the dragons, but looking for that, just that, Any luck, Calvisham? Calvisham, I won't say anything, I'll let you guess. What's good? Wi-Fi is terrible. Sorry to hear that, Radish. The most I found so far, Calvisham, is I found a 15% hit red sword, which was interesting. I think that's actually decent. I have a 50 hit, but I have enough hunters that is still an upgrade for somebody. That's all I found so far, Calvisham. In the 6.5 hours we've been live, minus I think a half-hour break. Oh, more like 25 minutes. So yeah, nothing too crazy. I've been getting a lot of badges though. I don't know if I'm ever going to do anything with said badges, to be honest with you. I don't need a lot of materials, since I have a lot from just playing the game, so I don't need the silver badges for that. I could trade them in for TP material, but I don't really care about TP material. So it's just kind of I'm very neutral with it, I guess. As long as I'm buffing and walking, I think we're good enough. I did try going for an Arista Stone from Red ID, but the Hilda-Tours I did kill did not drop it, which made me sad. So I had luck in finding the Hilda-Tour, I just didn't get lucky in the roll, unfortunately. That would have been huge for me. I would have loved to have a Rainbow Baton, one of my secret ult items. Put it on a 55 hit slicer, and it's like, easy, long distance confuse. What a beautiful thing to put on most characters. We'll probably heal the group here. Can. Gotta get lucky twice sucks. Yeah, that is an understatement for sure. More mind material. I mean, at this point, I could probably just make another force from scratch. I need 140 mind material, 10 luck or something for Phoneyman. Then I'm done. I mean, I'm averaging like, what, 5+ mind materials every 2 runs? Not bad. Given that it's like an 8-minute run. So basically every 16 minutes I should get 5 materials at the rate that I've been collecting them. And I already have like 80-something reserved. Oh, buffs were off. Whoops. I was just about to do them and I realized the group was too split up. I had one opportunity to buff them on the way into the door. I should have taken that opportunity to do so. My bad. Rebuff. Oh, Mill Lily. Well, Calvation, let's see. Will somebody here finally get the infamous Lily? Let's make sure we revive our teammate here. I did not get the Psychowand. Rip Psychowand. Oh, I've died, everybody. Let's give him a little buff at the end. I will say the buffs wearing off was definitely my fault. I realized, looking at the timer at the top of the screen, that I had taken too long to buff. But I don't think that was a time loss, though, because we were just so powerful at that point. I've named myself your lucky charm if it did drop. Yeah, it's never dropping, so I'm giving up on the run. For now. We'll probably attempt it later. But yeah, look how many badges I gotten today on this character. I've already put stuff away on other people. I left a bronze badge behind, but honestly, I don't think I care. I don't think I'm gonna go back for it. It's just a bronze badge. I'm like, listen, I have over 100. If I really, really need them to get my, like, 20th ad slot, I guess I'll go get it. I don't really care. But we'll put them away for now. Let's see how much we have so far. To keep in mind, I've capped silver badges. I've now apparently capped bronze badge, which is really awkward. So how many do we have? Do we have 99 plus 13 silver badges. We have 99 plus 7 bronze, 17 gold, plus whatever's on my spare character, 1 photon crystal, and all these photon drops were this event, I'm pretty sure. Minus maybe 2. Need a short break, then you can run some more, no problem. Let us switch characters, we'll hand in the quests. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm going to switch to... Before I forget, I'm gonna switch to my female force, make her take all of the bronze badges, then we're gonna do the other thing. I still have 45 beats left on the clock. That's enough to do a couple runs. I'm gonna do the handy ult back space trick in order to go back to the menu. Yeah, we tried to free Tiggy from his grind of Psychowands, but game was like, no, no, no. You are forever grinding it. We'll bring in our level 190 faux moral, because life is fair. What a character, chat. So yeah, she's got the business. Look at those beautiful yellow numbers, chat. Ooh, I love seeing all the yellow, meaning you can't go any higher in your stats. What a good feeling. Anyway, we should probably I got a spare slot in here. Put pure paralysis back on, I guess. Yeah, you can see I was using Glide Divine, Rambling May, Vivian, Demonic Fork. Demonic Fork is more of a joke. I would not take that as a serious item. I just do it because when I get to episode 2, I have nothing better to do. So I was like, why not? Let's take the badges out. Probably okay. The only thing I need to verify, did I put away my items from last time? Let's find out. Do I have Heaven Striker in here? I do. Do I have Striker Unit in here? I do. Perfect. Let's do a slash Bank 1. Can't type today. Santhos can mine. Make it rain? Oh no. I'm sure the forces do make it rain though. That I will state. I'm not gonna read the rest of that comment out loud, for sure. But yeah, basically just shower everybody in badges and life is good. So let's go ahead and I guess play purple ranger, I guess. I could do white ranger for I guess levels? I mean, how badly do I want another limiter? I was complaining I didn't have another limiter before. I guess we'll see. Oops. Let's do one ID of each. See what happens. Roll your fingers on those keyboards. Yeah. Ultimate game. So we're gonna go ahead and get our 2 items from there, and then I guess I'll switch characters? Depending on how long I'm gonna be on this character, I'll move to another lobby so people that are doing multiplayer can get there. Oh, you have grinders. Hello. Oh, there's my grinders. I knew there's characters that just randomly have it. This is why I check my bank. Chat is curious. Never know. We'll hold on to those for now. Then we're going to withdraw the... Oh, thank you, Ephinea, for the raid. Hopefully you're doing well. We're going to be playing a long time today, so if you would like some PSO, I have good news for you. Looking for the striker unit. There we go. If you sealed items, you farm monsters on your level. Oh, no. You can farm on normal. 100% do not recommend playing on ultimate trying to level like Excalibur before you get it. So hello Ephinea. How is life? How are things going? What game did you play? I'm assuming some Castlevania. Let's see. Yeah, let's do some... Oh, this is not the right episode. We're gonna go ahead and slash lobby to get out of here. Whoops. I did episode 1 out of instinct. Oh, you beat it as the warrior? Congratulations. I almost... You know what? We'll call it Dicey Rares. That's for you, Ephinea. I don't technically have to put a password either. It's fine. There we go. There's Point of Disaster. Anyway, I want to show Azul the power of Pew Pew Laser. So I'm playing a Romarl with completely max mind score. You're asking why is that relevant? Well, laser damage is purely based off of mind score. So, I'm going to show you the dumbness of this weapon. Oh no, chat, I have 30 minutes to clear this run. However will I do it? If only I had an option to shoot everything all at once. Oh wait, I do. Goodbye. What a dumb weapon. What a weapon, chat. Anyway, goodbye. It's like a shotgun, but it ignores all conventional rules of the gun, and therefore it defeats every enemy in episode 4. It's like, I know I didn't shift a... Doesn't matter. It's quite a weapon. It's really good. See, like, when I was talking about before, like, run-defining items, this is a run-defining item. This gun by itself will make Dark Falls really easy, even without the gimmick of the mag. If you do have the mag, then it makes it so that you're able to do episode 4. So you can see in the upper left, there are no buffs. I'm not gonna bother buffing. You don't need it. It's fine. The only thing I'll need is maybe Demon Laser in a moment. Oh, no, I need to get some kills first. AntaresConvoy is kind of annoying, actually. He might force me to buff, we'll see. Oh, no, this is fine. I'll heal once. We're gonna use Demon's Laser. Yeah, good enough. I find it faster to do that, even without the buffs. Aw, hit while swapping weapons. Boo. I almost killed the Dwarfon. That was close. I got pretty close there. Oh, he almost got me. Props to Dwarfon. He almost shot me with laser. That would have been the correct counterplay to me. It's a dev cheat code? Oh yeah, it is. Definitely. What a great item. Like, see that Raffi I'm not looking at? I hit him anyway. Too skilled, chat. Somebody found lame to Argent with hit percentage? Oh, 25 hit. Congratulations. Thank you, Azul, for following. We appreciate it. Yeah, we're just pew-pewing. Doesn't matter if we shift to D-band. I'm just showing you just the raw power of the gun with Mind Score, what you're capable of. We were talking before on stream if it was worth making like a pure Mind Mag version of the Striker Mag unit so that you could just kill things faster. And yeah, it's not technically mandatory, but pretty cheesy. Like cheesy. Yeah, me not debanding means I need to resto like a couple more times, I guess. You got me, game. Got me. Such a good weapon. Its firing speed's based off your attack speed. It's so good. Yeah, my ATP is okay. It's about to speak which. Anyway, you're dead. Don't mind me, chat. Just whipping out the Demon Laser to reduce health by 75% twice in a row. Don't mind me. You don't need Shifta. See, they die in like 4 shots anyway. It doesn't matter. I need to go back for the other enemy, but that's fine. So we can see about the range limit of the laser here. Oh, bronze badge? Sure, why not? I'll go pick it up. You happy, game? I've acquired the bronze badge. So when you said you beat with the warrior, do you mean you beat every episode, Ephinea, or just episode 1? Goodbye, random enemies. I still haven't decided if I'm gonna go back to Dicey Dungeon. Definitely not today. And by 10, okay, I keep thinking it's not Saturday. Definitely not Saturday. I'm taking a break from it. Probably be more PSO. What a great weapon. What a great weapon. Oh, he jumped at me. How rude. Anyway, I'm just gonna keep firing my laser. Probably demons this if I'm able to. Nope. Good enough. Photon drop? Sure. Gun is so good. I do like Demon's Laser though, it does speed it up. Especially if I'm not bothering with shifty D-band. To kill the Dwarfons in the quest. They're just slightly too tanky. Like, you could kill them with laser gun, but you're gonna get hit like 3+ times, where it just... You might not even get hit once with a little bit of luck on the demons. It is just that good. Kind of one thing I guess you were mentioning before about weapons to consider. You won't traditionally carry demons on your casts, but definitely if you're playing any human ranger, there are enemies where it just feels so good to use a demon over other options. Because it's really hard to say, like, what weapons are gonna do objectively, like, 2,000 plus on a single shot. Not many. Weapon and mag are all episode 4 drops. Yes. Yes. I had to think about that for a second. Demon's Laser is not. I got this. I don't remember doing what. But just a casual, common, unidentified item. Here we are. Oh, you're trying to do a little animation on me? That doesn't work. I'm a ranger. I don't respect what you're doing. I don't even have to learn what you're doing when I'm playing ranger. Like, go ahead, hit me. Alright, now I put you in the dumb animation. Now you can't attack me anymore. GG. Silly game. I think Q-Castil is better than Q-Cast. The HA means more... no. I'm just gonna say, if that's the logic, the Q-Cast ATP is triple greater than her accuracy. He is so broken, he can literally just solo everything. And he gets very easy access to Milo Eula. So he will kill most enemies in 3-hit combos or less. And accuracy doesn't matter when you kill everything in 3 hits. It's kind of insane. Like, if he hits with Jaya on most normal enemies, I think he could kill them in 1 hit. Like, it's actually... He is legitimately broken. Just... I don't want to spread misinformation there. He is really, really, really broken. He's to the point where it feels like you're always playing with Shift D-Band for a Q-Cast. And you compensate that accuracy difference with accuracy weapons. So basically, if you have a character with no items, maybe the Q-Castil and a bubble will do more damage because she can land the hit more consistently. But Q-Cast should probably have 50-hit weapons for the most part anyway. And if they do, he will hilariously outdamage her. And it will be like a no contest. Like, she'll be doing like 900 when he's doing like 1500 or more. Like, it's that level of unfair of damage difference. And when enemies only have 2k health, doing 1500 or more a shot is kind of insane. Just think about it this way, I'm only attacking with 942 base ATP without shifted D-band, and I'm doing about 600 a shot on crit. So double my damage. And that's how much he could do per shot randomly. Imagine him with the Vulcan. I will say I like to view her more as like the support cast though. Like, other than the Q-Castil, who I feel is like the ultimate support weapon character, I think the Q-Castil is a close second. So she'll be able to land specials somewhat consistently. That might be annoying to get on hard to hit enemies. But Q-Cast doesn't care. The Q-Cast special is deleting an enemy. They just don't care. Well, speaking of they don't care, this enemy does set damage to me, so it doesn't really matter if I have D-band on this enemy. That's fine. How much time do I left to even be? A decent amount. I probably should not give up a power material. I'm looking to fix the character later. But anyway, I don't need to use other attacks unless I feel like it. Weapon despite something. Oh no, it's that OP. It is literally, if you look at his stats and you compare it to like almost any other character that doesn't have shifted D-band, he is basically shifted D-banding the whole game. And he has the most health in the game, I think. Unless Rawcast has more. I always forget between those. Also, I never understood why the Rawcast has so much HP. Can we talk about that? Why is the Rawcast tankier than every other character on the Hunter team? I don't think that makes any sense. What a nonsense character, chat. Yeah, they're like 2400, 2200 HP totals. They're just so silly. I don't get it. Yeah, it's just kind of one of those things where I wish she was better. She has somewhat better animations, but the problem is just like in the blow for blow, she is going to get hit or need to do a safer combo to not get hit because she can't possibly kill the enemy. Whereas he just goes tee and just like swings twice and the enemy dies. Like, see how much damage I did to the dwarf on there? That's how much like the Hukast would do with his double swords. Like, it's just actually dumb. Like, when he has a 5-hit weapon and he does a minimum of 800 damage, he could just one-shot even the dwarf on there. Well, one-shot in the sense that you could do one combo and it dies. I think they wanted Rawcast to resemble tank. They didn't obey the stat limits, and that's why Rawcast is probably the, if not the best, the second best character in the game. It's because of nonsense like that. Although, weirdly, I find his health total to mostly be a detriment. Like, of all the things, I actually wish he just had slightly less health. Specifically so that he would get knocked down more consistently. Goodbye, enemies. Need to give the Rocket Seal something, so they give the Rocket Seal defense. Yeah, they gave her the short end of the stick for sure. She also feels kind of wrong stat-wise. She should have been a lot closer in ATP to the Rawcast for sure. And then I don't know what they would have done to fix the rest of the stats. That's a whole different conversation. I think the character that makes them like literally no sense with stats is probably the Hukast. If you're looking at it from the perspective of like what the character class should be good at and what humans are like compared to Cass, and how the male-female choice makes a difference in stats, she breaks all of those rules in like the worst way, with the exception of accuracy. She's got really terrible health, very mediocre ATP, awful defense, decent evade, high accuracy. But the problem is, like, evade doesn't really do anything in this game. Like, I think I know what they were going for, but instead she just feels like a really bad glass cannon sometimes. Well, I guess depending on your weapon choice, but yeah, she feels like a glass cannon when she shouldn't, because she needs to actually be able to survive in melee. And evasion is not her survival tool, since most enemies will hit her anyway. So they don't care about evasion. No, I don't think they really thought that one through, to be honest. That's classic PSO. Don't think anything through, just do. I think this is lined up correctly. Yes. Okay, avoided all the traps, that's all that matters. Don't feel like dealing with the traps, chat. Just, like, nah. We'll go with a hard no on that one. Yeah, I feel like would have helped with evasion to make evasion less terrible. Evasion should have been able to reduce set damage that you take, and evasion should have given resistances. If you can't just outright dodge spells, it should have added resistances. I feel like those two changes, and she would feel fine. Like, she would still, if she gets hit, she takes a lot of damage. She could sometimes dodge physical strikes. But if she gets hit by, like, the crazy undodgeable nonsense, she doesn't just instantly get deleted, and then she would survive. It wouldn't be, like, every spell type, but it would just be, like, the elemental resistances. Like, she shouldn't get dark resistance with that, I don't think, as an example, but it would have been interesting. Anyway, let's see, chat. Are we going to see the rare boss? Well, Calvisham, you get another chance. We're fighting the rare boss. Okay, everybody, gotta put on the serious game mode. I want this weapon, chat. It's, I think, a 1 in 8, but we have bonuses to rares. So it's still not great odds, but it's pretty good for odds in PSO. Put it that way. So there we go, chat. You gotta believe. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna be lasering your people. We want to dodge the spinner if I can. Am I still out of range? Unlucky. Please turn around. Oh, camera, please. Alright, where did the thing I was targeting go? There it is. Shoot the spinner. Color determines how much time you have to hit the boss. I need at least orange. Red is nice. It did spawn kind of far from me, which is unfortunate, but whatever. There we go. Is episode 4 set canonically before or after episode 3? I am not the person to ask. I've never played episode 3. No idea. Never will. No interest. I mean, I would assume episode 3 is after episode 2 canonically, but I don't know if 3 is a time skip or not, or if it's in the past. I have no idea. Never played 3. Now, I actually do want to get hit here. This would save me some time. Could you do some damage to me, please? I actually need Mag Blast. Ooh, hit me again. Yeah, come on. Build me to max. I dare you. Oh, there we go. Build me up. I forget how much laser does. Oh, I could have lived that. But I didn't need to go in this one. I'm deleting the boss. Oh, yeah. I'm getting hit on purpose, just so that you're aware. I need to be at 100 Mag Blast or something. Although I hit the last part of him a little awkwardly. That's fine. Oh, it didn't go off. Didn't go off. Unfortunate. So I got a little greedy there. I'm about to get punished for my greed. So sometimes when he reels back, if you time your shot too early, it won't hit the backmost core, and you'll have to do one more phase with him, and I have to do one more phase. So I decided to end the fight while missiles were there. I could have just waited a cycle. But honestly, I don't know if that would have saved me time in the same situation. I'm going to shoot this thing like twice, and then it'll reappear here. Just fine. So I would have skipped this attack had I popped all the cores simultaneously. Not a big difference. Curiosity. Ooh, I don't think my synchro's high enough, but we'll go for it. So anyway, if you have high enough synchro, which I don't think mine is, you can actually one-shot this final crystal. Yes, that was close. Anyway, boss fight over. So yeah, if I fixed my synchro, that would have one-shot. And we would have skipped that phase of the boss as well. Fun facts. Sammy has found Madam's Parasol with hit. Oh, just in general. Okay, let's see, chat. Was the rare boss worth it? Is Calvisham good luck or bad luck? It was bad luck. Let's all blame Calvisham. Brutal. That feeling when you get the rare boss, it doesn't matter. No rare. I mean, that's the PSO classic right there. But hey, at least I can say I fought Condryu in this event. Yep, there we go. Point of Calvisham. That's where the blame's going. So, well, we tried. Let's see. I still have odd. Anything I want to do on odd percentage? I mean, I guess I could do one more if I really wanted to. Yeah, it is what it is. It's PSO. I'm like, you get the rare first try? Unheard of. Let's see. So the exact odds. Let's compare the exact odds. So for purple, it was 1 in 8. Would have been 50% of that. It would have been kind of nice. I guess it would have been 1 in 4 if we're doing the odds that way. Oh no, it's not 50%. No, that would be doubled. Never mind. It'd be like 1 in 6, I think. Yeah, unfortunately, we basically needed a 6, we rolled a 1. That's essentially what just happened. Fine. So anyway, do I feel like doing another pew pew laser run? Maybe. Pew pew laser, it's pretty autopilot. I'll probably put stuff away for now. But at least we can say we went for it. We did see the Condryu. Game went, nope. who do I feel like playing next? Who have I not played at all in this event that should get some levels while the event is still active? Don't need any of the... Oh, no, that was her... That was her real striker unit. Oops, my bad. I need that one back. Oh, yeah, so we were talking earlier. Like, here's an example of, like, one of the best mags that I have for mine stuff. I have 185 mine, 15 defense, Rappy mag with Milo Eula. So that's all I need. Listen, it has a Stella, Milo Eula. I don't even care what the other one does. All good. So much mine score. Oh, man. So I don't need anything here. I guess we'll slowly play other characters and see what happens. So I don't think I've played my male ranger yet. Let me think. What would his best way to level or showcase the character be? Oh, I think I have an idea. Although, what's his EDK? That's the other question. I don't know where my dress plate is. It might be on my Rawcast. I might be fighting some lilies, is what I'm saying. What's his EDK? Ooh. One second. I'm feeling brave, but not that brave. That's a little much. Oops. Let me check. If I could get dress plate, which gives a lot of EDK, I'll go do a run with him right now. Also, I do need to play my other rangers at some point. Game's thinking about it. I think Tankus has my dress plate. He might be wearing it still. And honestly, I don't blame him if he is, because I got tired of lilies. He is not wearing it currently. He's wearing the Black Hound. Very interesting. It doesn't mean he doesn't have it, though. I'll only have the game for like 5 seconds. Don't mind me, people. Not even planning on playing on the slot. Yeah, he's got basically everything he needs to win the game. I need to eventually replace Red Handgun with another Heaven Striker. Got Frozen Shooter, Cannon Rouge, Charge Vulcans, Red Needle. Pretty fun. Do you have the thing I'm looking for? You do have Dress Plate. Thank you. I need to borrow that. That should probably be in my share bank because it's good enough that it should go to other characters. Anything else he really needs to deposit? I think so. Got pretty good stats across the board. Got his own Nidra mag. That's kind of nice. Let's, I guess go back to our first character. Maybe I'll get revenge on a quest I failed last time due to not having Lily. We'll get revenge for the ranger. There's a fun retrieval quest that is something I normally use for Easter, but since there's so many badges, I might as well do that quest as well. Yeah, he's only 148. Ideally, I think once he gets around 153, 155, he'll be at the exact amount of stats I need him to be for TTF. He's just, like, slightly too weak to deal with Sinnoh, and it makes me so sad. He misses them by, like, 100 damage, so, like, if I'm trying to get his Sinnoh farm, I can't do it in single player, which makes me so sad. We'll move to another block. But again, if there are people that want to do runs, just let me know. Otherwise, I'm just messing around with single player until somebody says otherwise. Sure, we'll go here. Okay. Let's go for a classic run through this area. Retrieval. Sig Maracas? I don't know. Rescue from Regal. There it is. Author Tofu Man. I love your quest, Tofu Man. I wish you made more. Yeah, I'm skipping the dialogue. Alright, so the goal is don't die. If you die, you lose the quest. So we're coming in with a lot of items. I need to make sure that I have Breastplate. If I don't, I'm going to be very sad when it gets to a later part. And I would like just total immunity to lilies. Sure, everybody in chat would just like to go, you know what? We're done with the insta-kill. Ban for the day. You don't have to deal with that in the lower difficulties, so the lilies don't really matter at all there, but in this ultimate difficulty, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and equip it now, so I don't need to do it later. Yeah, we'll equip B101, Heavenly Arms, Centurion. Actually, how much do I need? Ooh, I'm still not even maxed with Heavenly. And I'll do... I don't have Cure Shock on the character currently, but I don't know if that matters. Let's find out. Anyway, time to go murder things as this character. Disorder inventory. I have a bronze badge on him for some reason. Don't need a club. Don't need regular armor. Oh, spread needle. You are a build-defining item. What a great weapon. I can just use it for attack. I don't even have to use it for its special. Assistant, shotgun, clears. What a fun weapon, chat. Oh, that's not what I thought I had equipped. Oh, Slicer let me down. Slicer Fanatic is a pretty good niche weapon. I love using it on him, since he's very, very accurate, as in he's the highest ATA in the game. More importantly, he doesn't get the HP penalty. But there's some enemies that have multiple parts, like Gertabulu in episode 4, where he's able to get so many procs to kill them. It's kind of insane. Anyway, you'll see why I like this quest soon enough. I think what you should probably do to understand is keep track of just how many enemies I fight before the end of this quest. That'll be your hint. What a great weapon. Defense doesn't matter if they never reach you. True facts, chat. Like, okay, I have 600 defense, and something has to get through Spread Needle. It's not gonna be those enemies. It could be somebody with a jump attack, or lasers. Possibly ambushes if I forget about them. Ooh, ambush 2 there. So anyway, we're gonna get surprise ambushed in a moment. I mean, oh no, there could be an enemy coming that I totally don't know about. Yeah, you're right. Poor Rappy. It tried. Okay, we're gonna reapply buffs. I'm gonna go ahead and put a fireball down, and hopefully by the time I walk away, the Rappy will wake up and get hit by it. Yeah, there we go. Nice and simple. See that? I use text on this character. Little pause trick to get by them. What a great weapon. Might get hit here. We'll see. Yeah. Nice evade, I guess. Okay, let's go ahead and take that silver badge. So far, no rare enemies, which is a bit sad. Interesting I could go to the next area even though I haven't killed all the enemies. That is very interesting. That's not the right weapon. You know what? We'll just pull out the Gatling gun. Who cares? Listen, chat, sometimes you're just like, Now, that is a good boss weapon, I will admit. That is a fun boss weapon. Sometimes you just want to Gatling gun everything from existence. Should probably get the mono grinder. That's not the mono grinder. Take the warp. See, am I strong enough to kill? I am. I can one button kill somebody. That feels good. But yeah, we just need more overall stats. We're just getting, like, as I said before, maybe about 5 more levels. Just for the consistency. Still here, just listening, focused on work. No problem, you should focus on work. No sense in getting hyper distracted. Yeah, we got a Gatling gun. We just use it every now and then. So if you hear the brrrr, you're just pressing one button and killing an enemy. AKA what the HuCast does on a daily basis. My lead is still useful on the Rangers. It gives 21 shifted deban, so it's more useful on the male Rangers than the female Rangers, but still worth having. And obviously multiplayer is broken, but that's the point. So I'm like 2/3 of the way there, so I can almost buff myself to max. And we'll take a little bit of a break. It won't be quite as long as the other break, but I would just want to make sure from the standpoint of recording and personal health that I do take some time to get up and stretch and do things. Let's go ahead and get them out of here. We're entering a little past hour 7 actually, into the stream, and I intend to go for at least another 6. So we'll see where it goes. But we'll probably see some people on that normally get off work in the next couple hours. I imagine at that point, that would be a good time if we take a break a little before that point. We get in some multiplayer madness. See where it goes from there. But for now, it's single player supremacy by Hildelf. This gun is so fun. Like honestly, when I first got Spread Needle, I got this weapon and went, am I ever gonna play a character other than Ranger? What a beautiful weapon. It does everything I want it to do. It's fast. It can deliver high DPS. It has a useful special. It's not the craziest thing to attain. Beautiful item, chat. Maybe we'll farm for a couple more later. We'll see. Because getting a Spread Needle with hit would be pretty insane, like in terms of upgrades. Here's why I brought the dress plate. We're in the no fun zone, aka caves. So fun is banned. They're like, listen, you don't have EDK, perish. Oh, why are the enemies taking a while to spawn? Did I forget to do something at the other warp? Question mark? Oh, maybe I have to touch the door. Okay, I was gonna say. I didn't find the spawn point. So, oops, they probably should have made that spawn point a little wider. Okay, we'll take a little damage here. So anyway, if you have a Spread Needle, you can just go to town on all these enemies. Or you got a Partisan. Partisan's really fun. A little buff action in here. As long as I don't die, I'll be able to finish the quest. As I mentioned earlier, if you do die, it instantly boots you from the quest. So I think 70 EDK is enough to resist the insta-death. It's been a little while since I looked at the numbers. I want to say I had to have 62 and 66, depending on the episode. I'm pretty sure 70 is above what is required. But in case it isn't, I have an extraordinarily low chance of death, so feeling pretty confident. I'll just walk into things. I might dodge every now and then. We'll see, out of habit, but... Oh, it even multi-hits lilies. What a great item. Okay, the Nano Dragon thought it could fly away. Then I Gatling gunned it. Man, oh man, I cannot wait till I'm at max power. I want to see how much damage this does with another 100 ATP or accuracy. So I stop missing bullets. Ooh, I'm fortunately at a point I can use my Loyola. So now I'm gonna clear even faster, doing even more damage. Thank you, my Loyola, aka the twins. Give me that damage that I desire. Oh, I got laser. How annoying. I guess I could see how much the Gatling gun does with it. That's a lot of damage. I one-shot the Nano Dragon at not max ATP with my Loyola. That's... I don't think that's okay. I don't think that's okay, chat. But you know what? It's Ramar. Rules are meant to be broken, apparently. Also, why does the Ramar have more accuracy than the Ramar? Just like to state that. I have so many questions about the stat design in this game. Like, did they really think the MST of the Ramar was gonna make her more unfair than the Ramar? There we go. Goodbye, Dragon. Goodbye, Lily, full screen. Yeah, this is where I just need a little more accuracy. And I stop missing, because we're not quite at max accuracy yet. That 2% or so does matter. We have missed our attacks with way less. Hamarl is the commander. She definitely has the military vibe going on with, like, most of her outfits. Gonna go ahead and press the delete button. Goodbye, Oblily. Goodbye, Dragon. Yeah, I want to get to the point where I can play purely high-level Ramar, where I have the point-and-click weapon of the Gatling gun, which has presumably decent stats. Actually, speaking of which, what is my Gatling gun like? Is it just neutral? Oh, it's got 20% hit. Okay, it's pretty solid. 15% AB, so it does a lot versus these enemies. I think I'm okay with. Yeah, there we go. Or like, yeah, ultimate difficulty, one button the enemies. Yup, truly it is the peak of difficulties in vanilla. Can't beat it, chat, too powerful. Love how there's all those little boxes for the plot. I'm like, listen, I'm gonna get revenge on this quest for failing it last year. I think it was last year. I died to some random Lily. Now I don't have to worry about it at all. We're gonna use Frozen Shooter, aka the gun that is also Ranger defining and is so good that you absolutely should spend photon drops to get a 1 drop of. Rocket Seal is pretty much the support artillery. She gets all of the specials with the high extra bonus and ultimate. And she has the most accuracy of the casts. So she's very easily able to do, like, freeze, confuse, etc. But it's not necessarily meta to do, because, like, a Q cast, 2 rock casts, and a force will kill everything in the game. And if you get, like, really high... Oh, and that's the other thing, too, you have to remember. So when you think about, like, the Q cast and those kinds of characters, they get multiplied so much more with shifted E-band than the females. So their multiplayer potential is just absolutely broken. If you get like a level 60 plus shifted E-band, they can legit one-button enemies with most weapons in the game. Just insane advantage they have over the other classes. Because they're like, yeah, I'm just gonna casually do a power attack for 2000, or, oh, I could just berserk for 4k on 1 hit. Or if I have like Musashi, then I have like the ultimate berserk weapon that's not super hard to get high hit on, I guess. 'Cause at that point, it's just all your stats added to the weapon, versus depending on the weapon's ATP, like Excalibur. It's very silly. Okay, so there's just one Nano Dragon left. photon draw. Rebuff. Ooh, got lasered. Unfortunate. I was gonna say, it's just me and you, Lily. Let's go. Nice, dead. Chat. So far, not seeing any crazy draw. Green ID has a couple things that I would pick up in caves, and it has things I would pick up in forests. And I need to level the character is more the reason I'm playing it. Like, for example, I could get components of Jizai here by fighting the Grass Assassin. So I get an actual legit drop from them, potentially. I definitely want more frozen shooters. If we happen to fight the rare Build-A-Bear / Hildenthor. Oh, the enemy split before I could defeat it. So sad. Guess I'll just have to kill them all. You're dead. You die instantly. You die instantly. So unfair. On the plus side, if you just want to play a character that basically never misses, the Ramar and the Ramarl are super good at both. Find it a little easier to single player. Excuse me, prior to Ultimate, with the Ramar over the Ramarl. But I feel like once I'm in Ultimate, I do feel like Ramarl has a so much easier time. Just because Shifted 20 and Zalor / Jellin 20 makes it so that I don't need the true top end gear in order to clear. But if you do have the true top end gear, then it flips back over to the Ramar, because he just becomes like a one-shot machine between his like hyper accurate Berserk Vulcan and LNK that basically never misses. If you weapon sphere the items, he just has more raw ATP to work with. So, like, there's things that kind of work in his favor. I think right now I could, in theory, do a TTF with him. He has weapons to deal with every boss at the moment. He doesn't have Heaven Striker. Okay, the game is like, hold on, you must find the person you've been sent for. Like, nah. I'm not actually looking for the person I'm sent for. I know it's allegedly a rescue. It's not. It's an extermination mission as far as I'm concerned. I'm only here to kill things. Oh, that's sad. I went to target the Lily. Made me miss. That trap damage was so high. Ooh, we almost got cheesed by cave damage. Oh, that would have been so sad. Could you imagine if I got meleeed into that with less than 1,000 health? Oh, speaking of which, please don't. Bad enemies. Ooh, do I have Mag Invincibility? I do not. Okay, so I think we Milo Eula at a moment. Gotta take advantage of our super buffs. Alright, so at least I have enough raw HP to survive the nonsense that is Fire Trap. I think some of it is because I switched armors, and my shield is not good for stats either. I think it's just there for raw defense. Don't die. No. But please do not kill me in this quest. I would like to actually see what the end of this quest is in single player, because it's different between single player and multiplayer. In multiplayer, it says, you should try again in single player. So we'll find out, I guess, the true ending of this quest. Nothing there. Use some dye fluid. Nice little stun lock. The trap. That's so rude. I have to use Diemate there, because if I get hit into it again, I will die 100%. Even if they just bonk me slightly, I can't afford it. Trap damage is real. Unfortunately, I took off Lieutenant Mantle, so I can't see them anymore. It's a somewhat useful armor for Rangers, since you can snipe all traps in the game and see them. Sometimes it's relevant to see what you're fighting. That wrong. So I think the right play there would be to probably whip out the Vulcan next time, just to try to guarantee a kill a Lily. Also, I need to be really careful. I'll die to Jank. Game. Like, don't need my input. There we go. I know I was wiggling to get out, but I held up an attack and you shot backwards. Don't think that was entirely on me. There we go. Up HP, I feel mostly safe. Still got a long ways to level. But doing this quest isn't too bad. I think his major weakness to me is not even necessarily Ruins, where I think he actually is okay. Not like phenomenal, he's just okay. But Mines. Mines feels so bad with the Ramar. There are so many enemies I can't paralyze with Spread Needle, and they just absolutely devastate him. In particular, Sinnohs. I really hate fighting Sinnohs with this character. It really is just very binary. If you do not have Gatling Gun, you do not win. It's kind of unfortunate. When you play Ramar, you debuff them, and you're like, oh, they're kind of hitting me, I guess. You just ignore them. Or you play the Fomarl, and then nothing in the game can hit you except for set damage, more or less. Doesn't quite have that privilege. So I have a little bit of room for base defense growth, which I think would help me with them. Since again, they do insane damage. So anything that reduces their defense at all feels pretty good. There we go. So long, Nano Dragon. Yes, he's dead. Do I need to explore anymore? Not really. Only 10 seconds left on my buff, which is a bit sad. Rip my Loyola buff. You carried me through that whole area. Oopweet says loves the Ramar. Yeah, I gotta get mine at a higher level. I feel like I'm just hitting like those little damage threshold problems from just not being at like near max stats. Like Sinnohs in particular are a problem, and I feel like there's some enemies where they live with like 100 health that causes them to hit me. It makes me so sad. Oh, hello, Dragon. No OP in solo. I don't feel like I'm at that point with him, Weave. I think he's probably my weakest solo character, to be honest with you. I feel like all of my forces way stronger. My raw cast way stronger. My Q cast way stronger. He's just not quite living up to the potential yet. I like the Ramar more solo. But again, maybe I just need more like challenge mode weapons to take advantage of his accuracy. But I think not being able to get to like 20 shifted evan makes it kind of painful for me comparatively. Like, we have the Gatling Gun, and when we hit the Gatling Gun, it feels really good. But, man, oh man, when you are not at max accuracy, that feels kind of bad. Doing somewhere between, like, 1,000 and 3,000 instead of just doing 3,000 is kind of painful. Okay, so planning first 4 characters again. Take a look at the wall of text, 1 second. Yeah, I mean, he's fine. I enjoyed him, I think, all the way up until Ultimate, and then I just felt like, oof. Like, I don't know what is an easy clear for him that doesn't require, like, Hell Needle or, like, Demon Slicer. There's not really, like, a go-to run that I can think of. Because even TTF, I feel like I struggle in solo TTF with him, where it's just like, if I miss that red Sinnoh that comes down from the ceiling, I just die. Like, there's no counterplay. I'm just dead. If the machine gun bullets don't all land, GG. I'm going to die to the blue Sinnohs. Because I don't have like an AoE freeze. So I could see, for example, if I had a challenge mode like Freeze Needle or something like that, I think that would solve a lot of his problems. But again, that requires challenge mode. Yeah, I don't have ice traps, I don't have stack of Foe, I can't gel in them. So it feels like, unless I get to challenge mode, it feels kind of awkward. And I still have yet to do challenge mode, so it is what it is there. Anyway, let's go back to the other post. Pink Fomarl, Viridia Huecast. Okay, so my question to you, are you going to be doing bosses with the Huecast, or do you instead want to do them with a different character? Because whoever's Viridia is definitely going to be, like, the character you're playing to do Red Ring, period. If you're using them for anything else, it's probably incorrect. So, if you feel really comfortable with Falls as a Huecast, I'll go, okay. Whatever you want, but just be aware, that's all. Redria, I don't think it matters, the ID. I don't think you should marry the drops to the character. You should marry the run to the ID. So, like, Red ID, what do I do with Red ID? I do opening episode 4. I do beginner forest. I basically don't do anything else with Red ID. Like, I pick a character that I felt really comfortable clearing areas, so it could be a ranger or a force. If it was Viridia, I would prefer a cast ranger, because I like that versus falls. Or I would pick any force. If I'm just specifically doing forest stuff, I could get away with Hunter. So, like, I'm doing, like, Urtista runs on Red ID. I think they're fine for Hunter. But if I want to do, like, really hard grinds, like, if there's something in episode 2 that I want to pick, I'm not exactly going for anything other than, like, Hyper Rangers for those. I was, like, still going strong, yeah. So just think of it that way. It has nothing to do with what item you get ultimately at the run, because you can have any character do any run for an item. Like, if you don't have to be pink ID with the Force to get tech wands, do you know what I mean? It's just more like, if you pick a character that needs to play, like, pink ID episode 2, and you don't like playing Force into episode 2, which I think is a fair statement, then you just have a really hard run for an ID that would otherwise be fine if you picked Hunter or Ranger instead. So some of those require kind of game knowledge from that standpoint to understand, like, what would feel good for a clear. Like, I have picked pink ID on a Force because of the run I was using required episode 4, but now that I've switched over to episode 2, I'm like, man, I wish it was on anybody else. I mean, I'm glad it's a full moral over the other forces for episode 2, but it's like, if I had that instead on, you know, my Hunter with mech guns or whatever, I would have a lot more fun in episode 2, pink ID Temple, than I would a Force. Same scenario. That makes sense? There's certain IDs where I'm like, blue ID. I love blue ID for leveling new players, so that will always be Fonumen. Like, that one's like, I don't even think. I'm like, pink ID or blue ID Fonumen. I could do late game episode 2 okay with them, because they can wield Excalibur. I'm only going to do that when I'm like 180 plus anyway. I'm like, yeah, we're good. And then it's like, what ID do you want for tower? Ramarl. Just like purple Ramarl. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that with any other character class. I was like, I don't want to play Ramar into tower. I need somebody that can actively debuff. Because I don't think I'm at the level where I will go like pixel perfect into their spawn to avoid killing them and do the perfect max grinded Excalibur triple swing with Huecast, so that way Ilgil dies before it swings once. Like, I'm not really going to get to that point with the Hunters. That's like, I don't really want to do that with a Hunter. Meanwhile, I could just go, I'm playing episode 2 tower casually with people. And if I have a frozen shooter and a spread needle, I could shut down every scenario in the game fairly easily. So I'd rather do it with that character than any other character. And I kind of went into that mindset with it, and I had a lot of fun. I got all my purple ID drops from my Ramarl. It was easy. I did it at like level 130. I didn't have to grind challenge mode. I didn't have to go into like crazy 4-man groups. I just won with just Frozen Shooter. And buffs, debuffs, obviously. They're super good. So if I do make a mistake, I don't just die instantly. What I'm looking to have happen. I feel like the Ramar is like... He's kind of borderline with it. You can make some mistakes. But man, oh man, if you lose my Loyola, your speed is terrible. Unless you're max level. But we're not quite there yet. We got a level so that we no longer need units to fill up our stats. Once we get closer to 1200 base ATP, I'll feel better. Once we max ATA, I'll feel better. But again, it's like, it's a longer road for me than the Ramar. She was just kind of instantly better. She wasn't better before Ultimate, I'll put it that way. I think the Ramar was way easier to do it, because he just had way higher accuracy and ATP. So when I needed things like shotguns, he just had access to them and did more damage with them. But like, once I hit Ultimate, I was like, man, I'm doing like no damage. And I don't have like a gun like a Spread Needle to clear. And then it's like, I just go back to Ramaro and I just gel in them, and I'm like, oh, this is really easy, and I don't need any top tier endgame items at all to clear Ultimate. Again, it's all about comfort. And eventually I would love to get to the point where I have like a truly broken challenge mode weapon on this character, where I'm using things like Slicer Fanatic, but like what if I was using like Demon Slicer, for example? Or not Demons, like Hell Slicer, for example. Then I think he would be really, really fun in episode 2. Then he would just like cleave through everything. So there's a lot of where I could see he could be good, but I just don't have those items. So it's like, what are you supposed to do in the interim in order to get to that point? It's just kind of awkward. So who knows? Maybe in the future, if Calvisham is interested, we'll play challenge mode. We did take a break from the game, and I know he's taking a break from the game still. But it would be neat to see those items at some point. I don't know if I would ever want to do an episode 2 challenge mode, because I absolutely hate I hate episode 2 specifically. I'd be willing to do episode 1 though. I think I would be okay at it. I've played as most classes at this point through episode 1. I'd probably still prefer to be the faux numeral into it versus a cast, but whatever. Oh, I'm 47% of the way through a level. That's not bad. Slowly getting there. Yeah, I just feel like comparatively, man, it was so much easier to be Rockcast at the same time as like the Ramar. It's so much easier. Like, oh, there's enemies here? Freeze trap. So fun. It's a shame though. I don't play my Rockcast enough because he's kind of an awkward ID. He's yellow ID, so he doesn't really want to do TTF, which is mostly what I want to do at this point. But when I do play Endless, I have a lot of fun with him. So I'm glad I get to put the ID to use. I guess in theory, I could make my Hunter pink ID because I would rather play the Humar into early episode 2 than I would have Force. Plus he has more accuracy technically than my Fomarl, so it'd still be better to use the Hell strategy with him. Not a bad idea. That would actually give me motivation to play the Humar into something. But there's like a legit run I would do. And then that would free up my Fomarl to be a different ID, because I don't need her in episode 4. I don't know what she would be though. I did that. I'll have to think about it. Could be Viridian, because honestly Viridian is broken. Don't need orange ID for anything. I think that's fine as it is. Oh, no rare hold the Taurus. So sad. I like the sound effect of 5 Holdatours and a stun lock, where they couldn't do anything. Thank you, Spread Needle. You're one of my favorite weapons in the game. Look at that stun lock. He's just doing a little dance. Power of normals compels him. Anyway, back to buffs. How was the movie, Tron? You gotta tell us all. You're gonna leave the people on YouTube on suspense, whether or not they're gonna go see Hidden Strike. I'm waiting for it was awful. I'm waiting for it. Well, we'll see what Try says. Nothing in here worth it. 51% of a level. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think TTF would be... I think around 200,000? Maybe a little more. I forget how much. I think it's like 80, 60, 50, 40 or something? Double XP? I forget. I know Falls is definitely 80,000. Just thinking about the other characters. Missed a lot of the conversation. No worries, please. I was just saying I didn't enjoy the solo Rumlar in Ultimate so far. But maybe one day. What am I running? I'm getting revenge on a retrieval quest I failed last year. I'm just gonna clear it real quick. I'm not looking for anything at the moment in Green ID. But I guess technically Frozen Shooter during this run and Jazai components. Do I want it? I don't need Escape Doll. Let's throw away Escape Doll. Yeah, he needs a lot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not at the point where I have the gear, so it feels kind of bad. Like, I don't really know what to do about like, Sinnoh, for example, because his Spread Needle doesn't work. And I feel like if there's any more than 2, I feel like he just kind of dies instantly. I feel like he dies ultra fast versus the Sinnoh. So I think if I get something like a Freeze Needle or whatever it's called, I think that would solve a lot of the problems I have with him. Where there's just certain enemies, I just don't know what he can do if they're immune to Spread Needle. Blizzard Needle kind of sucks, so that's unfortunate. So what would you do to kill like 4 Sinnoh rooms with him? Because he dies way faster than he can Spread Needle those. And I have one of the highest defense shields in the game, and I feel like he can't do anything. He still dies instantly. Like, he can handle 1 or 2, like, that's not a problem. But when it's like like a TTF room, for example, when the 4 spawn in a small room like that, like, what is he supposed to do to not instantly die? Oh, you Snow Queen? That... Oh, no! I hit the wrong switch! No! I forgot that was a thing. I failed the quest again. Oh, I hate this quest sometimes. Why does that do so much damage? Did you see me die at full health, chat? Actually, madness. I actually died at 1200 health. Ultimate, please. Oh, it's capped by a low percentage? That's unfortunate. Oh, I gotta do the quest again. I want to complete this quest, chat. Then we can do other things. That was such a heartbreaker. I guess 50-50, and I guess improperly. I also didn't think it would kill me regardless, to be fair. I mean, I know I didn't have, like, high fire resistance, but why did a trap do 1212 or 1212 damage to me or higher? Did it, like, legit hit me for 1300 or something? That was kind of insane. Anyway, let's put these away. Alright, I'm gonna try the quest one more time. Like, now it's personal. The only consistent freezes are frozen shooters, these traps, and Snow Queen. Yeah, I don't have a Snow Queen. I heard it wasn't really worth doing unless you had a high hit weapon, and I don't have high hit at all for any of my frozen shooters. Yeah. I mean, I think my highest hit one is like 15%. Yeah, you're saying you can get away with lower hit? I'm like, I don't have a 30 to 35 hit frozen shooter. Like, what is he using currently? Nothing. That's about right. Alright. Have fun, Calvisha. Yeah, I don't have one with hit. I don't know what else to say. Well, unfortunately, we gotta do this again, because I guessed wrong on one of the final rooms of the game. Absolutely brutal. Well, let's see, chat. That'll be the goal. Determination. I will beat this quest. And maybe level, because I got up to 54%. It is unfortunate. I'm trying to level him a little bit so that he feels a bit more useful, but it's just like every time I'm like, man, I'd just rather play the raw moral in the same scenarios. Mine's is difficult to solo outside of forced casts. It's really easy with raw moral. It's like I like autopilot with raw moral. She does not care about mines at all. Or Uniworld. Both of those characters don't care about mines. It's the best for forest and caves. Kind of makes sense. So yeah, okay, what we're gonna do when we're done, I'm gonna put Lieutenant Mantle on after we're out of the caves. Once we fight the dragon, I'm gonna switch over to that. He's insane everywhere in episode 2. I guess for Demons and Hells, I did not enjoy his solo ability in that episode at all. Not the high level areas anyway. I mean, it's fun to Hells everything, but man, when things don't die to Hells, it's like, jeez. We're gonna get a little damage reduction, please, so I don't take like 1,000 punches to the face from the stupid machines. But yeah, with like a Hell Needle, I could see him just clearing all of early episode 2. One of the best teammates you can have in episode 2. Yeah, I see him as like a support shooter character, or like, yeah, if he's got Hell Needle, kind of nice. But man, solo, again, like it comes to the problem. What does he do when he fights more than one machine? For me, the answer is he dies every time. And I'm like, I guess I'm not completing the run, question mark. Like, I can frozen shooter like 2 targets that are chasing me pretty consistently, but we're talking about like 3+. I don't know. I feel like he just gets bodied instantly. I feel like the answer is Snow Queen, but I've never gotten the right components for it. So, without that, I don't know what you do. I don't feel like his base kit is strong enough, I'll put it that way. Takes a lot of practice to manage targets. But I mean, like, they're teleporting robots. Like, you need something that just stops them, period. There's not really counterplay to suddenly they're next to you. Yeah. You only play cast, so you don't have to worry about it. That's what I was saying. Like, I feel like when I got into Ultimate, I just rather play the Raw cast, or like the Raw Seal, or the Raw Marl. Because I felt like all of them were just so much easier, comparatively. Yeah. I'll take your word for it. I've never used Snow Queen. I've never even seen it in a game, I don't think. I've seen people use it before on like a video, but that's about it. Bellies are easy to hell, you might not even need it. You know there's robots that have high hell resist, right? I'm kind of confused by that statement. There's a lot of robots that don't have hell weakness. Like some of them have like 65 or 70. Like I guess if I'm rolling the dice, I mean I know there's ones that have like 35 or 40. And those are fine. Those are gonna die to hell, but like many, many versions of the teleporting robots. There's always one that's usually more resistant than the others. That's usually the one that's the problem for the Ramar. Get rid of these. Yeah, okay. Let's get through this. Girl. Yeah, I don't feel I'm at the point I can DPS down for sure. I feel like I just whiffed too many shots, and or I'm just missing by like 100 damage or less. It is just painful every time. So I gave up on episode 2 for that reason. I have like okay Hell guns. Like I have like a 50 Hell's ray gun, for example. I don't think I have a Hell's laser yet on this character. I have one floating somewhere, but one day. Yeah. Your ray gun, you don't really need a laser. True. But I still didn't really enjoy playing through with this character. So I don't know when I'll give it another try. Maybe when I hit max ATA, I'll try again. Because I think I did it when I was at like 239 or 240 ATA. I've gone up a bit since I last tried. And those numbers do make a difference. Yeah, Ramar is, to me, probably still the most disappointing character. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think he helped me get to Ultimate really fast. I think I had an easier time with no items with him compared to Ramarl. But, man, I hit that wall on Ultimate, and I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go make a Ramarl. Stop suffering in single player with Ramar. And she could do literally every area in the game. I don't care. If I need DPS, she DPSs. If I need Hell, she Hells. If I need a character to pair up with just one other person because I'm playing 2-player, they're playing cast. Perfect, I have the Ramarl. Oh, Newman, greater than Ramar, greater than cast, greater than US. For single player or multiplayer? Oh, for tiered. Solo. Just all the rest. Oh, Newman. Yeah, I think I agree with that. I was saying before, for the most part, like, Fo Newman is like one of the dumbest solo classes for like episode 4. I'm still brain off with him. That character could do every episode. He's just stupid. It takes a while to get to Excalibur, so some people are just looking for him to like instant win in like episode 2, for example. But man, it's all about that late game ATA when it kicks in. You're like, oh, okay. Now I could do every episode I want. I hit past 180. I got my red ring. Game over. GG. Multiplayer, HuCast is undoubtedly the strongest. Oh, for sure. That's why I was looking at the list. That's why I was like, I'm like, is that for single or multi? I'm like, oh, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, I was kind of torn whether I put Rawcast higher or not due to like the ability to crowd control with his stuff. But we were talking about how before, if you get like a high level Milo Eula, like this character is so dumb. Like, the utility only carries you so far when he presses one button and he kills like a third of the enemies in the game while buffed up. It's so unfair. The character. What an absolute character. He's like, hello, Dwarfon that has like 4,000 or so health in single player. Why don't I introduce you to my Berserk Musashi? Oh wait, you died instantly. Didn't like the greeting. I think the only thing I need for me to play HuCast a little more is specifically Twin Blaze. I should probably do runs for Twin Blaze or get somebody to help me get it. I so badly want to stop the dwarf on charge. That is literally the only thing stopping me from doing certain runs, where I'm just like, man, I really don't want to get knocked down into this nonsense. Yeah, I'm like, there's so many things I want to use it on. But I don't have it yet, because that requires running episode 2, and I hate episode 2. In particular, the worm boss, where just that cutscene lingers for 40 seconds, and you're like, please just move on to another scene. Please, I beg of you. I beg of you when I kill the bosses to please let the boss actually end. Yeah, I wish I had one, but I never got one. I did some runs, like, last year, I think, but I just got massively unlucky and just never went back to them. You don't have to fight that boss for Twin Blaze run, so that's true. I forget what does drop Twin Blaze, I don't recall. It is something in episode 2, right? Like early? It's been a while. Yeah, I was going like towards the, or not towards the future, I was doing a Respective Tomorrow, and I'm just, I die a little on the inside with how long those boss pauses are in the whole beach fight. Like, I can't grind that quest. I find it so tedious. Other quests, you know, I could just autopilot and it's fine. Miracle on red and yellow. I think I was doing... I think it was red Miracle, if that's accurate. I don't think I'm pretty... I would have remembered grinding Dwarfos. I'm pretty sure I did not grind Dwarfos for that. Yeah, I gotta go for those at some point. Goodbye, my lily friend. May you perish in a million bullets. Yeah, a dragon being rude to me. Oh, homing one. Unfortunate. Oh, Spread Needle. It's carrying me through the early game. It's fine. Aw. Justies, don't care about those. Bronze Badge, yeah, I guess I'll pick it up. Don't think I'll use it on much. Gotta get a Charge Arms. I could. I just prefer Spread Needle for the most part. When I hit max accuracy, I'll go back to Charge Arm, I think. I'm just tired of missing with it. Like, just what it comes down to. I don't care about the range. I care more about the stun lock. As I said before, I'm not hitting the damage thresholds to kill anything. Like, I've tried berserking stuff. It just doesn't... It's just, like, a little shy. And I think if I get up to, like... Say, like, 1150-ish ATP, I'll give it another shot. Yeah, whatever. You can hit me with your EDK. It doesn't matter. Yeah, like, I just like this kind of stun lock. It feels entertaining to do to myself. The enemies, anyway. It's normal, 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 and nothing can hit you. It's a good feeling. Lightly. It shot the enemies to my right instead of focusing on the left. That was interesting. Let's heal. Take little steps to confuse the enemy. There we go. You're too used to multi. Yeah, a lot of that, it feels terrible to do in single player. Like, I agree with you. When you have somebody that shift to 30s and they Zalure, of course, you bring out your Charge Arm. If you're playing single player and you're playing, like, Joe Schmo, I'm like, nah, he doesn't hit the damage threshold by himself. I wish he did. I mean, I could probably, right now, I'd probably Charge Arm Forest. Here, maybe? Maybe. Because if I do 600 a hit, it's still not good enough to kill. And so I was saying before, he's like just slightly underleveled. If I get a few more levels though, it'll feel good. As I like to view it is like my crit damage is what charge arms is normally. So if I don't crit, I don't get the kill, and then I get punched in the face. That's what single player is. Whereas like this thing, I could just normal, and what can they do? Like it just shuts down the whole encounter by itself. Why I like it for a single player. I could for these enemies, for example, without the L and K every now and then. It does speed things up, but it's like, Are there any interesting items on the map? Not really. I don't like doing it because it makes the run take long. Well, yeah, but you're also talking about multiplayer. I'd use different weapons in multiplayer. Like, you'll see me charge Vulcan, depending on the quest. I don't like to use a lot of charge arms, but I'm going to start building up a Varan's launcher, since I think that was long overdue. I think that's the only thing I regret not doing is leveling and spearing my Varan's launcher sooner. Although, actually, have I captured any runs with that recently? I don't think so. I should do that at some point. I do have fun with it, but I think those are mostly private. Yeah, and that's because the base damage is high enough that it gets over his damage problems. So, like, I'll put the Brand's launcher on him specifically, because his accuracy is good enough to do what I need it to do. Yeah, like, I'll be hit... I mean, I'm not gonna hit 2k with this character. Again, I think you're talking multiplayer damage. If he did 2k on a charge hit, I mean, then I wouldn't have any problems with the game. The game would be over. But, like, I'm playing single player. He's not doing anything. I wish. He might touch 1,000. Maybe. So if I do, like, a normal power special, I could probably kill these Gulvamars if I wanted to with the normal power special. Or I could try to get away with power special. His accuracy is looking pretty good in single player, at least. Now that it's gone up, as I said before, about 6%. It does make a difference. Perhaps. Don't you dare hit me into something I don't want. I'm so worried they're gonna hit me one more time into another trap. I really don't want to redo this quest. Here's a spear, though. Yeah, I don't use spears for the most part. Probably wouldn't use it over charge arm. That was the big problem I was having before. I just didn't feel like it was stronger than the charge arm that I had, even when I put the Brand's launcher to 50. So that makes sense. You also are of that opinion. That validates what I felt before. So I have like one charge arm per ranger. I'm sure this character still has it in his bag. I just have to pull it out. Now that I don't have any money worries, I guess I should be good. Yeah, I didn't like the fact that it would whip on certain targets too. Felt pretty bad. But I was gonna take it specifically for TTF. I was gonna relearn to do TTF with just Varan's launcher. See how I felt about it. Or bronze badges. Yeah, as I said before, I don't think until you get those endgame items, I would not rate the Ramar very highly. I would put him below every force. I would honestly, the only character I would probably play him over at the moment in Ultimate probably be Humar. Maybe. Even now, I'm kind of questioning. I think I would like the Humar in some scenarios over Ramar. But unless I'm willing to run a lot of Hell Episode 2, I don't see why I would pick this character in single player over basically anybody else. Like, traps are very powerful, so it's like your accuracy doesn't matter when you can shut down whole groups. So all those problem enemies are gone in single player. Or, if you're a force, any enemy that relies on physical damage can't even hurt you anymore. So they're tankier. So even if I don't have the right weapon for the job, they're kind of unkillable. And then if it just comes to using a frozen shooter, every ranger can use frozen shooter in single player. And I think they have a little more to offer. But as I said before, maybe if we get some sphered endgame goodies, it'll feel good. I feel he's like the Fomar, where you have to do a lot of setup. But yeah, so far not feeling the reward. Maybe when he hits 160, he'll feel good. Maybe when he hits 180, like the Fomar, he'll feel like a real character. Maybe he just needs red ring, and then his accuracy will be so superior that I can just special all day. Maybe. You were underwhelmed by the Ramarl? She is like the ultimate single player character. I did every single thing with her. Every single run was easy. I'm like, I don't think I could say for most characters I can do tower at level 120 with them. Yeah, she's really easy solo. Yeah, I'm not saying use her in multi. Yeah, don't use her in multi. There's better choices. Everything she does, Ramra does better. In multi, yes, not in single. As I said before, she has literally 0 issues with low items against all the things that you were naming before. X can't be done well. Brain dead autopilot clears with her. Plus, she's got the laser gun, so she clears episode 4 like an absolute beast. Solo 2? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Her laser gun clears are something stupid. He has more HP, ATBA, but ATA. He also doesn't have higher Shifta. He can't debuff enemies. He can't use the laser gun. She has slightly better weapon usage than him. I think if we're talking about purely things where you're using demons or using hell, yes, he is better. If you're talking about, like, if I bring a level 200, like, basic character there, or even a 170 into it, I would pick the Ramarl 10 out of 10. I wouldn't even question it. Like, am I surrounded by 4 robots? Jellin 20, fight over. The Sinnohs can punch me, I'll never die. Don't ATP shift her higher. Right, and then she debuffs the enemy, and she takes no damage. If you don't agree, you don't play the character. I don't know what to tell you. Like, the Sinnoh will punch you for like 1,000 in episode 2. She takes like 300. You can Zal Needle. But see, now we're naming all the high-end items. This is what I'm talking about. Like, yes, if you have challenge mode items, it'll be better. If you don't have challenge mode items, he feels like one of the worst characters in the game. And that's what I'm saying. He feels terrible without the challenge mode items. I'm like, yes, of course, if I have a sphered, like, Excalibur with 50 hits, certain characters are better, but it's like, I'm not rating certain characters, why would I not rate them at their best? I'm a little confused, because I was being very specific about how I felt about the Ramar, and now we're talking about the general rating. Like I said right now, I think he's my worst solo character, for sure. I would not play him over any of the characters I have, which is what I was talking about. We're talking about in general, like, on paper, like, Fomar is like one of the best characters. Alright, so let's switch armor so I don't die to that nonsense again. E101. Do this, cure this. Okay, now we're set. I don't know. It's kind of like you're saying, if you have truly every item, then yes, there's no reason to pick up the Ramarl. Do most players, when they play this game, have every single item fully speared with high hit and have all these other challenge mode weapons? No. So I would still pick the Ramarl in almost every other scenario in solo play, and I'll leave it at that. Because, again, I don't know how many people you talk to that have all these items. I only know, like, a handful of people, and these are the people that put in, like, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours on the character to get to the point where they are truly done with the game. So if you're truly done with the game, yes, the Ramar is better. But it's like, I can't get to that point as a single character as him. I can farm those as like a force, maybe. But yeah, I would not do any of those runs that he has. Let's cure this. Pick Q-Cast, that's a pretty solid choice. I would probably pick Raw Cast. I just prefer having Spread Needle Frozen Shooter, which are very easy to pick up. I can literally farm what I need in Ultimate to beat Ultimate. Yeah, Azul, some bosses are affected by buffs, some are not. It's very specific which ones are not. Like, for example, Episode 1 Bolt Op is immune, or there's the Dragon Boss in Episode 2 that can't be debuffed. But otherwise, they can be debuffed. Like, Falls can get debuffed. There's no point to... For the most part, there's not really a point to lowering their attack power. Maybe that's what it's in reference to. I see Hoop saying the same kind of point. But, oh yeah, Zalora is like a life changer. Oh my gosh. Trying to beat, like, a character like Falls without Zalora on Ultimate, or without, like, high-level shift to deban from Milo Eula. What a difference of clear speed it makes to have one of those. Yeah, this game does funny things when the boss damage is too low. Just end up instantly dying. I love dying at full health to Galgriff and Tornado. It's like that in fighting the Barans. It's like, oh, did you go above 1200 health? Perish. So silly. Yeah, multiplayer lacking the iframes feels so weird. I kind of wish they would do that or fix something about it. I just don't feel like Baran should be the strongest enemy in the game in Episode 1. It's like, do I fear Falls? No. Are there two Barans on opposite ends of the room? Oh, I'm scared. The fear is real. You don't mind it too much? I think it's really stupid that you are playing a tank character and you could die at full health. It's pretty rare to take a ton of hits in a row. I'm gonna go okay, Hoopweed. I have definitely taken 1600 to 1900 damage from those fairly consistently. If you don't get knocked down, you melt instantly. In multiplayer, they're likely to split the missiles. But if you're playing with just two people, yeah, you die instantly. It just doesn't matter. They're just like, you're done. The game is over. Perish. Gabardo level 15. You know what? I'll learn this as a joke. Hold on, everybody. I'm learning the most important technique in the game. There we go. He's mastered it. Now I am truly a complete Ramar. Care about that item. Let's see. Do I need anything else with him? Not really. This is fine. Yeah. Helps to memorize their spawns a little bit. There's still some rooms that make me question when I play single player, though. Like, I'll give an example. The Christmas Fiasco Baran's rooms. Those feel really miserable to solo. Oh, those are the rooms where I'm like, yeah, it's over. GG. Like, there's 5 Barans here, and I can't get them to fight each other directly. Yeah, it's over. GG. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, at this point, I'm still more scared of a Barans than a Sinnoh. If I'm playing a cast, I don't care about Sinnohs. It's the freeze trap life all the way. Or confuse trap, honestly. I think both are pretty solid. Yeah, I'm not worried as a cast versus those for sure. Especially if you won in single player, you could go like Black Hound plus Gracia, and they do so little damage. Kind of sad, really. Full Atomizer, please. There we go. Do I do multi-runs often? I mean, I was doing them for like 5 of the 8 hours we've been playing. I tend to do like stuff on my lunch break in solo. Right now, there's nobody that was looking to do runs. At least nobody mentioned anything in the chat if they wanted to. So I just decided to do solo. Most of the people I play with tend to come online in like an hour from now. So right now I'm just doing whatever. I don't like to group with random people though. If they're on the stream chat, whatever. But just random people, nah. Not my preference. I do that like every very rare once in a while. Do some runs if you want. Sure, potentially. I do want to complete this quest first, though. I'm determined. I want to see what terrible reward you get for actually completing this. There we go. I managed to level my ranger, and I will never touch him again. So if you're playing a cast, I could probably just go force. Is there anything you were looking to hunt in particular, Hoopweed? I think I'm looking for most rares, so I'm pretty open for choice. It's like, I don't mind V101s, Excalibur, technically I could do episode 2, but my my Hell Guns are on loan to another player at the moment. Do an MAE Seabed for Psychowand. I was gonna say, Tiggy, I was trying to figure out what quest it was. I'll remind Tiggy it's MAE. I'm okay with doing Psychowand. That I'm okay with. I just don't have a strong Hellgun at the moment. If you don't mind that, I'll play. We'll go through that. I'll probably pick probably Fomoral to just keep you super buffed. Thinking probably Fomoral. Do I have demons? Yeah, I should. If not, I can take my 50 hit bringers to somebody else. I'll put it this way: I have a 50 hit bringers. I just need to figure out who it's on. It's either on my phone Newman or I think one of my phone Newmans. I'll check real quick. Slicer Fanatic would be ideal. Yeah, I could probably just... I don't have a high hit slicer. I could try it. I mean, technically I have a slicer on me. It's got 25 hit. Okay. I got a 50 hit bringers, 25 slicer. I don't normally do a lot of episode 2 for the stated reason. 25 is perfect. On the Fomaro? That's who I was planning to play. I'm not playing Ranger into that. if you think I'm playing Ramar into it, yeah, I'm like, no. I'm like, no. I don't have fun with him there. Okay, so I'll move this slicer over if you want me to try slicer. I do like the slicer on the Fomaro. It would save me looking for which of my Phonumen has it, because I don't think it's on my 199 Phonumen. Because might be on my blue ID Phonumen, because I was using it to be in a specific animation versus Dark Falls. Because I don't like when you do the unarmed casting against the spinners. It makes you get double hit. I didn't like that. Hey Kirk, hope you're doing well. So I found my personal tech was to actually equip bringers, because A, I can shoot the boss with it as the force. Sure, you can open it. I'm gonna be like another 6 minutes though, I would think, given where I'm at. Yeah, I don't care if you add random people. I just don't normally make open random games. Oh, PSO has been going well today. I guess. I mean, I got the, I guess we'll call them the pity rares. I got the pity rares. I haven't gotten any of the main rares I've been going for, so no additional Heaven Striker, no Frozen Shooters, no Spread Needles. But, like, I did get a red sword with hit. That was neat. I'm not gonna call it, like, run-defining, but it was nice. It was nice. Been hunting Heaven Striker and Lame all event. I haven't been playing as often, so it makes sense for me to not have found it yet. For sure. Because I only started playing more seriously today. We did play like once a week for a while. Or like 3 to 5 hours, depending on the time. Just like, okay. But yeah. Today's been a serious grind day. Yeah, I'm gonna be a while. I still have to go through the final room. So, it's by all means. I would say don't necessarily wait for me, because I'm gonna be a while. This final room, I love it so much, but man, it takes a while to clear. There we go. So we have to basically go to where you would normally go from Forest 1 to Forest 2, and then it's there. Yeah, no, it's definitely skewed for the male characters to be the multiplayer gods for sure. Alright, I'm just happy I got my Ramar up 1 level. Oh nice, he hit max ATA finally. Nice. I think I'll try different strategies now that he hit max ATA. I think that's gonna feel real good now. So I could, well, not on this quest, but I think I'll go back for my charge arm later. I think he's ready for it now. I was tired of missing with it by like those like, you have 95% chance to hit the special, and I would whiff. So yeah, so right now I'm at 105 special chance on them. So definitely 9% ago, I kept whiffing that shot, even though it should have been almost guaranteed, but whatever. At least I landed consistently. We'll go back to forest clearing at some point. There we go. Yeah, we'll clean up these enemies. Yeah, I think Tiggy would be very interested in it. I'm not sure if Tiggy's still in the chat. But we were talking about it earlier, because he's been trying to grind for the Psychowand. I joined him for some of those attempts. We were doing just like purple caves. And I'm like, those are fun and all, and they help you get some of your weaker characters leveled a bit. But yeah, I was saying to him, I think it's better just to do episode 2, from what I recall. There's so many enemies here. Your female classes appeal to you, there's so many options. Yeah. Sometimes they get good gun options, which feel really good. I really like the easy acquisition of things like Last Swan. Guard wave. No thanks. Let it sit there. Plus 50 team points. I'll collect it for chat then. I don't really need team points for anything, they're just kind of there. Get rid of the Justy I picked up earlier. Yeah, I've gotten everything I wanted out of team points, like, I guess. It's there. Yeah, I got like the emblem for the clan and other things like that. I technically increased the clan size a couple times, but okay, I don't normally invite a whole ton of people to it. It's just mostly people I know from either outside of Twitch itself or from Twitch specifically on other streams. Go ahead and clear. Yeah. I don't think I'm even max clan size. I'm pretty sure I'm not. So I was like, nah, I'm not near it. There's no point. No problems as well. Hopefully you get a nice lunch. And we'll take a very small break once I'm done with the quest, and then we'll hop into, I guess, some Psychowand attempts. So I did state earlier, I wasn't going to do Purple Caves again today, most likely. And I said, quote me, it doesn't mean I won't do another Psychowand run, so... I did not lie on my stream earlier. I had a feeling something like that would happen eventually. I was going to look up next break what quest it was specifically to do Psychowand, but hey, if somebody already knows, makes it easy. You don't like Purple Caves? I love Purple Caves. It is so autopilot as a force. Oh. I am brain off the whole time. Like, I can hold a full conversation with you and clear Purple Caves. I don't even need to look at the screen majority of the time. So free. It's liberating. I Zalora room, I sometimes Rabarda, I stunlock the lilies with Razond if they don't have supercharge arms. So good. Sucks for Psychowand. Yeah, unfortunately. We got like 20 mil lilies, I think, so far on stream. Maybe 20 is a slight exaggeration. We'll say 16. I think we've gotten at least 16 cave mill lilies, but all busts. I was gonna say, Hellcleave is with you there. Hellcleave is all about, he's like, listen, I'm not doing it for Psychowand. I want the device. I'm like, that's fair. That's fair. Let's see. If I need anything here. So we're almost done. This is the final room, but it has many waves. And it's probably my favorite room in the game. I just love the density of the enemies here. Love just how many fights are back to back to back here. Since I'm just looking for badges at the moment, I think I'm completely okay with this. I either do this or Terrell's Ego for badges. There we go. We finally cleared the quest. Let's see, what's our reward for actually clearing it? Yeah, I mean, this character doesn't need to have, like, a cannon route. She definitely needs some help. Yeah, like, the enemy density in this quest is insane. I don't remember who mentioned this quest for me to try before. I have a lot of fun with it. I don't like the Lily Room in single player. I love it in multiplayer, though. It feels very balanced for multiplayer. Single player is, like, a little questionable, but everything else is nice. I'm just gonna pick up my stuff, and we'll move on. Yeah, I got, like, almost 80% of a level at 149 in one quest. It's pretty silly. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I have a dress plate on. But there's also insta-death traps, as you might have seen earlier. I was taking 1,000 plus from the traps. And I died literally at full health to a trap in this quest. So they're a little brutal. Episode 1 traps don't mess around. Oh yeah. Yeah, I died earlier. I touched the wrong switch. I took 12,020 or 12,014 damage, or 1214. I mean, you know what I mean. I exploded. I died literally at full health. It's like, oh, that's sad. Have you seen some of the Mega traps in these quests? No, I don't think so. I haven't tried many of some of the custom quests because I just kind of looked at their enemy counts and went, why? Yeah, I'm not a... I think there are some really good custom quests, but... the ones that enter the pool, it's like, I think I prefer this to not be here. I don't want to run this quest. Yeah, I'm like, give me your massive attack for any day. Put my Slicer Fanatic away. Do I need anything from this? Put away Cure Paralysis. I think that's all I need. Okay, I'm just seeing. Is my Bringer's... Oh, I have a 40-hit Bringer's Arm. Okay. I have a good backup. It's not the one that's at 50. Take it. I'll take it. Oh, also, I need to hand in the quest. Hold on. We gotta officially clear the quest. I was not a big fan of the Lost Quests in episode 2. I'm just curious what you like about some of them over some of the other quests. You mean maybe I should go alone next time? You liar. The game lied to me, chat. No alternate ending. I haven't played too much of the temple one, so can't speak too much on it. I was literally about to say I tried the seabed one and I hated it. I was literally about to say that. Okay. I'm not alone on that one. We're good. I was like, this was a choice. Spaceship is amazing. We don't do any runs in Spaceship. I probably just skip Spaceship. Because I'm like, I don't really want Daylight Scar, so what would I run in Spaceship? I do feel like if they ever overhaul the IDs, please give Spaceship something to run. I just like skip it every time. Daylight Scar is okay. I'm not really gonna go over... I'm not gonna pick that weapon over Excalibur a majority of the time, unfortunately. In particular, if I'm playing a Force. Yeah, it's fine. I feel though like when I do... Yeah, I would agree it's more of a ranger weapon. I feel like most of the time where I do want that kind of damage, it's only specifically single player, because if I'm able to actually do that in multiplayer, most of the time I would just charge arm something out of existence with a group of people. Beats out Excalibur on high defense single targets. It beats out the DPS? Even I thought that would be the inverse. I would have thought low defense targets would take more from Daylight Scar, because Daylight Scar is less attack power. Interesting. Alright, I think I'm good. I got my red rings. Whatever. So what is the game? ME Lounge, ME Caves, Hard Game, Selling Adepts. There's Iron Man again. I saw him earlier. Escapes, Ruin. Oh, I don't see it here. CCCA Perp. I'm assuming that could be Tiggy's game. I'll look one more time. Oh, there it is. It is now up. Let me go retrieve my item, I guess. Hello, hello. Don't mind me, just casual 190 full moral, just wandering in, checking my items. She doesn't have a slicer that does that, that's so sad. Need to get more of those. Note to self, do more green ID runs. I'll bring my bringers, I'll bring my slicer. Do I have a hell handgun? Or did I loan them all to Chris? I think I loaned them all. I said to him I really wasn't going to play episode 2 again. And in my defense, I really didn't touch it for like 10 months. I'm like, oh, I did it like once or twice earlier in the year because I got Dark Flow, so I was like, why would I ever do episode 2 again? But I guess here we are. I would agree, and that's why I don't play it. I was not a fan of it in general. There's a lot of quests that feel like, hey, look, there's the Quadra Lilies. I hope you can deal with Quadra Lilies in single player, and you're like, wait a minute, and you die. I mean, I could use Meme Gid. Just whip out my, what's it called? The Demonic Fork, and it's over. What are the odds I'm gonna bother doing damage? Probably not that high. Alright, let's put away one item, and we'll join everybody there. Alright, gotta get my, bonuses. I would like to be capped. Here we go. Yeah, there's like... I basically did a lot of solo episode 2. I soloed Tower. You can imagine the fun times of learning Tower the hard way there. So I got to experience all the nonsense. Yeah, it's all about, like, now that I have the weapons for it, it's not as bad, but man, trying to play it legit. Oof. Welcome, Luke. Yeah, those were things I slowly figured out, like where to stand, when to frozen shooter, what you could use to confuse the AI. Like, it was all metagame nonsense, but trying to fight it legit made me so sad. Yeah, it wasn't the last person there. Let me re-add my special attack. My controller was acting a bit weird, but I think what I'm gonna do is this, so I can attack normally. Alright, there we go. Bonk. Well, I have like one too many items in my inventory. That's kind of sad. Oh. Thank you, Hell Handguns. Oh, I see people doing the little trick to clip through the barrier. I need to try that at some point. I did learn about that last year, and I just never took advantage of it. So that's one thing I need to just be taught at some point. The 80 EDK, stupid Zoas. Those are the worst. Yeah, eventually I might go check out to see like what other high-level videos people do. Just because there are a lot of things that are like kind of unspoken in the community. And it is always interesting bringing it up and elevating the gameplay. Like, slowly learning how to do like the Konryu fight correctly was interesting. Where like I was definitely, not gonna say like super frustrated, but I definitely felt like I'm not doing something right, and I know people run this, so what am I doing wrong? And kind of just going through and testing things and learning things like using our... Oh, I can't do anything. Froze awkwardly. Doing things like using the Estella to finish off the final crystal, making sure the things are destroyed in unison, you know, figuring out the color code for the first time, going in blind. Kind of nice. Actually pretty happy about her accuracy. I don't think I would have liked this slicer without Red Ring, but with Red Ring multiplayer, actually kind of good. I'm able to fairly consistently land my final hit of special. That way the team's able to get the kill. Definitely a good call from Hookweed on that one. We'll give credit where credit is due. A good call. Bringers is not bad. I think if it was at 50 hit, I think versus some targets I'd prefer it, but no, I just kind of like Slicer. Aw. Unfortunately. Come on. Come on, 95% accuracy, you're killing me. So sad. I mean, I guess one thing I have to get into the practice of, if I truly want to become the master of the Fomarl, I gotta do the SNS glitch a bit more. For now, I'm using the weapon somewhat legitimately, so there's always gonna be drawbacks to it. Yeah, I need to practice the perfect distance to stand. Gotta understand how lenient it is, with making sure when I press that normal, that I'm not accidentally canceling something I need. Just little things like that. Just gotta practice. It's not something I typically do. I don't need it when playing casually for the most part, but you know, when we're in harder areas like Seabed, you know, it would be nice to get consistent demons. Absolutely. Oh, hello, Hellcleave. Hope you're doing well. We were talking about you earlier, Hellcleave. All good things, I assure you. Yeah, like that's just kind of silly. Oh, already dead. Never mind. Gone off work finally. Nice, nice. Yeah, my hit is, it's okay. It's 25. Nothing to write home about kind of things. Let's use some debuffs, I guess. Game, please. That was 100% accuracy. I just got the demon proc fail. That felt terrible. That one could have been a legitimate miss. That was only 88% because it wasn't paralyzed. So sad. But hopefully everybody in the chat is doing well today. We've been gaming for a little over 8 hours, going on 9. Get some AoE heal going on. Get some buffs. So yeah, there's definitely, like, I'm fully aware and I acknowledge I have a lot to learn when it comes to super high level play. So if I want to do these runs more seriously, there's a lot of things I can focus on. Like, I know when I was first starting episode 2, learning that trick with the Morphos where you don't look at them and it causes it to not shoot you. Like, those are things I just happen to find out. It's not something I witnessed people doing. And it's just, you know, those little things. I'm not sure if there's, like, a recommended guide. I would love to share that with people, if possible. If nothing else, I would learn something. Oh. But I don't know. So that's what inspired me to do some of the basic guides. Where I'm not going to go through, like, how do you beat challenge mode or, like, things like that. But just, like, character discussions and things like that. Looking about, like, what makes sense with low items versus, like, medium items. I don't think we talked too much about, like, the hypothetical high-end stuff yet. But just being able to say, like, you as a new player don't need to worry about going straight for B101 when Heavenly Battle will get you through the majority of the game. There we go, good call with the Gather. So that's an example of something I wouldn't know because I don't run this quest. But now I learned. I have to stand in the corner. Now we learned something new today. Buffs on everybody again, get some cures. Yeah, I don't really need anything back there. I think there was a healing circle. Yeah, that I remember, because I've seen this hallway before. Still got another 2 hours of work, says Azul. Sorry to hear that. As I said before, hopefully when you do play PSO later, you get real comfortable with your character choice. Because I know you're going back and forth on some of them. But hopefully, you end up making the choice that feels right for you. Ooh, bronze badge. I'll go for that. Just glad to see Fomoral Slicer live. Finally get an idea of how it works. Yeah, it's like, it's okay. I'm not going to call myself the arbiter of it for sure. Essentially, what I should be doing is if I back up and then hit normal before the projectile hits, what'll happen is it'll use the better of the two accuracies. But yeah, I gotta get used to it. I haven't done it with a slicer in so long. I did practice that a little bit, I think, 2 years ago. But I haven't really had a reason to do it before then. We've been mostly not Fomoral? Yeah, mostly not Fomoral. Ponuman doesn't really care. Yeah, we'll try to go for it next time he's frozen. That'll work. Okay, I think that worked. Yeah, the slicer animation is quite fast. I like that she's pretty close. She's not doing all these, like, goofy hops. That feels kind of nice. So I'm gonna heal spam. There we go. Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of Rambling May, don't get me wrong, but I didn't really use much of Mercurius. So now we've learned. Okay, I guess... Okay. Oh, you do go Foe? Sure. I guess it's tighter, so they'll be closer. I guess that's fair. Oops. Okay. Funnyman just nuke or perish, funny roll, space and support. Moral, I'm sure no one. Yeah, you tend to play the Fomoral and Fomar more ATP based. I would agree with that statement. Hello. Make sure everybody's buffed. Some damage downs, re-heal people. There we go, I hit a couple of demons. Not too bad of a quest. I think I'm learning a little bit more about their positions at least. Like the little cat emote thing. Kinda nice. Got troll present by Sinnoh right before beater spawn. Oof. That sucks. Pretty fast clear. Yeah, just more practice. A red ring for the accuracy. Doing okay elsewhere. Thing with RM is you won't use it as much as you expect since your main job is Lawrence. Slicer Fanatic, yeah. Yeah, that's what yeah, it's just... Based off the pace of the run, I'll figure out when I should be debuffing a little more. I think it went okay. I think there's a couple rooms I know to debuff sooner. Other waves are just so fast, I don't see the point. But it's fine. Okay. So yeah, we're just doing some Psychowand attempts. Although, actually, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a very short break, chat. I need to refill water. We're going on almost 9 hours. Give me 1 minute. So let's give a little mini send off to YouTube as we take, like, let's say a 2-minute break, maybe 3. So how do I think things went so far? Well, we met a lot of new people today, so thank you all again for those that showed up. I think from the standpoint of PSO, we still have many hours to go, so stick around if you're in the Twitch stream. But I think from YouTube, we're gonna give a little send-off to you, so if you do watch to this point in the video of the VOD, I'd like to thank you again for watching. See you in the next part.